battle for Middle Earth is about to begin.
So it begins.
Send these foul beasts into the abyss!
Welcome to the Zorpazorp Battle Games in Middle Earth Livestream. In this series, we cast our gaze back in time to the roots of our beloved Middle Earth strategy battle game to explore the fortnightly magazine serial Battle Games in Middle Earth. Each episode, we will delve into a single issue, poring over a treasure trove of retro gaming, following in-depth painting guides, terrain tutorials, and some crazy battle reports, all with a modern twist so you guys can enjoy them in your games at home. With each installment, we'll also focus on a release of models that accompanied the magazine, following their journey from painting bench to tabletop, and then at the end of every live stream, they'll be randomly assigned to one of our loyal Patreons to continue their days of gaming abroad, spreading the gospel of Zorpazorp. So, in the immortal words of the magazine itself, let battle commence. Welcome to Zorpazorp Gaming, my name's Lachlan Linton Keane, and welcome to the fourth installment of the Battle Games in Middle Earth livestream. We have got an awesome issue to be going through today, and we've already got a whole bunch of you watching, as always, which is absolutely fantastic. For any new viewers, our wonderful little Battle Games in Middle Earth livestream series follows along with the incredible magazine serial from the early 2000s. It's a lovely little retro series. In each installment, we'll be diving into a series of models, painting those up. We'll be looking at terrain. There's always a game that we play. We've got a lovely interactive battle report where I like to get you guys in the chat involved and you can control the various sides. Today, in issue number 4, as we can see on the front of our cover, it is the Fighting Uruk-hai. And we have an awesome squad. I think there's 10, 5 with swords and shields and 5 with pikes. That we're going to be having a look at. We're going to be painting them up. They've got an epic little conquest. We're playing another, you'll notice this a lot as we go through this series, we're playing another little what if, scenario. The game designers, they kind of started to invent things because they only had a certain amount of models. And today's scenario is what if Elrond decided to send some Rivendell elves to try and delay Isengard before they got to Helm's Deep. So it's sort of like a reconnoiter scenario with the Uruks trying to break through the elven line. So it's going to be pretty cool, actually. It should be very fun. A very, very early edition of Reconnoiter. We have some wonderful giveaways at the end of the stream as well. All the models and all of the scenery. We're also doing some scenery. We'll touch on that in a sec. All of the models and scenery that we paint up today will be randomly given away to one of our Patreons. We've got a big wheel of fortune that we will spin, and no matter where you are in the world, they will be sent over to you. You will become their official sponsor for the duration of the campaign, and then once those models have retired and don't appear in any more battles in the live stream campaign, no matter where you are in the world, I will post them out to you free of charge. It's just an awesome little way of rewarding our Patreons here that we love to do because they are so important. So if you want to get yourself added to that list and try and win today's giveaways, make sure you get yourself over to Patreon and check that all out. Larissa is like updating the names within the next hour. This is my assistant and better half. So if we have any, if you want to get on, get in now. But any pledge from as little as $1 will get you in the draw to score yourself some awesome Uruk-hai and some hills, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be doing some pretty cool hills today. The hedges in last installment were, let's just say, they were popular. They were also very effective. They ended up winning the battle report. That's right, scenery did win the battle report. We might have more on that later, depending on who joins us in the chat. But today, we're going to be making some pieces of foam. That's right, I haven't made the pre-prepared example because I'm not that organized. But we're going to take this piece of foam, and we're going to grab this old friend here, a static grass applicator, and we're going to go through some really basic but also decent techniques on how to make some cool looking hills. We're going to be mostly working with static grass today. We'll also have a bit of a chat about ways you can combine different materials like flocks and grasses. We might even bring some tufts and some gravels and stuff in as well. We'll have a bit of a play, and we'll make up some cool hills, which we will then use in our scenario. So it's going to be a pretty cool little addition. Let's go and have a chat and see who is in the chat. Let everyone give us a shout out on where you're all viewing from. Let's have a look at our geographical spread for today. It's been a really interesting week in the Middle Earth community. We've had a lot of stuff come out. Helm, Hammerhand, and Grishnak and Snaga have been dropped upon us. New releases that I think go up for pre-order this Saturday. And then either way, they're coming out very soon, which has been awesome. We did know those models were coming. Well, we assumed. We saw glimpses of Helm Hammerhand, but we kind of really only were guessing that Snarg would get a profile, but I mean it was kind of common sense that he would, so it's really lovely to see those models on the way. We also had what else did we had? Just today, actually, it was early this morning, they announced a whole bunch of re-releases of classic models that are permanently coming back to the range. I saw Boromir, with the Captain of the White Tower, with banner mounted on horse, which has, been a long staple that's been out. Mordor Uruk-hai were coming back. There was a few others that are sort of important re-additions to the range that I can't remember off the top of my head. If anyone's got that Warhammer community link handy, throw it in the chat for everybody in case they want to find out on the new re-releases. But there's some really cool stuff which is coming. Let's have a look at where we're all watching from. Oh, Louisiana over in the States, of course, McGregor. We've got Florian from Germany. We've got MB Canada. Now, let's see if I can think what MB is. Yeah, no, I don't know Canada well enough. MB. I feel like I should know that. MB. Anyway, Canada. Canada for Dalen. We've got the UK. We've got, again, NL. I'm guessing that's an American state code because you guys use your state codes really casually and I don't know what NL is. Watto. What is NL? Please inform me. New Zealand, of course, Buck and Duck. We've got Denmark from Nick. Dave from Van Dam is in London. James Palmer in the UK, of course. Patrick from Poland. Hey, Patty, lovely. Thanks for joining us. Callum's from Scotland. Windy UK, says Dan Howe. Yeah, you guys are getting smashed at the moment. Kim from Norway. Henry from Ireland. Geez, what a spread. Lots of Europe so far. We've got Mikey from the UK. Shiko from London. Mike from Hampshire in the UK. It's the perfect timing, isn't it? Hey, Killy's watching in Melbourne. All the Australians have gone to work now, you see. It was good for like the first couple of weeks while we were all on Christmas holidays, but they're all at work now. We've got Ipswich, Suffolk in the UK, not Ipswich, Australia for James Collins. Just lots and lots of people. Oh, Adrian Romero has reminded us that the Windlands, Girion and the Windlands is one of the models to come back into the web store with this week's releases. Very exciting. Adrian is in California. Danny from Derbyshire. We've got Eramanth from France. Manitoba for Dalen. Ah, cool. Awesome. Well, that makes sense. We've got Jonathan, Scotland, and we yes, yeah, all right, Manitoba. Everyone's reminding me of my poor geography now. That's fine. Apparently there is more re-releases coming, says Buck and Duck. Yeah, but I think it's always going to be a kind of rolling out wave as they essentially want to have every model to have a model that's purchasable. That is their goal, I believe, so that's pretty cool. We've got Paul from Bristol. Niall's back from Ireland. We've got Declan Canavan, not Declan Callahan. And Declan Canavan is from Ireland. We've got Wardler France, of course, from France. Belgium, lots and lots of spread. Lots of Europe, lots of America, and even a little bit of Australia and New Zealand, so that's pretty cool as well. Lots of UK and Ireland, but as always, a really good spread. So it's going to be a very, very awesome issue. Now, of course, the last thing to talk about that came out this week, while we're having a little news segment that I just decided on the fly, is, of course, we had the new FAQ come out this week, which caused a bit of a stir, to say the least. On the whole, really great changes. I think the way that they dealt with the shade was really good. I think most of the changes were good, but of course it was the Hero of Valor that caused a lot of controversy and a lot of excellent memes. They were probably the best thing to come out of it. Some supreme memes, especially on the GVHL. So that was interesting, and it's certainly going to shake up how match play is going to feature. I've been fairly vocal of my opinion on the various forums, but it's. We'll see how it plays. I think we've decided in our communities that we are going to use the full normal FAQ rules, and we'll see how it changes things. I'm a little bit sad at the limitations it's put on some list building creativity, but it's just a different direction that Jay and the guys want to take it, and they have a slightly different idea on the way that alliances should form. So we'll have a look at what that looks like on the tabletop over the next 6 months, and see how it unfolds before the next FAQ. Should be interesting regardless. I think without further ado, I am going to jump jump on over into our camera mode and we will have a look at the issue. We're going to get ready for some painting, and first up we're going to dive into getting our Uruk-hai ready. We've got an awesome scheme today, actually. It's really cool. I've also, just a sidebar, how appropriate was like a lot of the footage in our intro roll. It's like heaps of Uruk-hai in there. We've got the Uruk-hai chanting, we've got all the War and Rohan snippets that I stole from the GW video. It's all happening. It's all looking great. So we're all prepared. Let's go and get ourselves some Uruk-hai warriors. We will be right back real soon. Here we go. So, the Battle Games in Middle Earth issue number 4. It is a solid issue here. We've got some pretty interesting stuff. It's going to be a good one, actually. We have a lovely photo of the Uruk-hai on the front. Let's dive in and see what issue number 4 reveals. So, as always, we've got, this first little section where they reiterate the various rules. Obviously, there's a fluff section. Build me an army worthy of Mordor. And we've got a lovely little reintroduction of some of the rules, particularly the rules that are going to be relevant to this particular issue, in case anyone's picked this up at the newsagent in 2002 without having the first 3 issues. But they also start to bring in a few more complex little kind of rules elements or mechanics in each one. So we're looking more and more about the tactics of priority, and of course the person with priority gets to pair off fights, so they get to select the order in which they fight. Which, when you're fighting with multiple combats and multiple different models engage, that can kind of give you some tactical advantages when preventing sort of outnumbers and things. And of course traps, which we haven't gone into yet, traps win games. And then we've got some I guess some reiterations of the way fight value impacts, and we've got the full wound chart now. We're really starting to embrace the concept of the wound chart. In a lot of our introductory games, it's just been Aragorn needs 4s to kill this model and vice versa, but they're starting to bring it in, and we're starting to get, a lot of the fundamentals of SBG really established. We look at multiple attacks, multiple wounds, we've got a lot more hero models that are going to start coming in these supplements, so all of these are sort of fundamentals that we're going to be going into, and then we have our Elven attack scenario, which we will be diving into a little bit later in the stream. As I said earlier, it's a what-if scenario if Rivendell had sent some high elves to try and stop the Uruk-hai, and it's good fun. Of course, we've got Uruk-hai who have swords and pikes, so they've got a different defensive value, so that plays into it. But funnily enough, they didn't actually bring the rules for pikes in yet. Supporting is not a thing, so effectively, they're just Uruks with shields and Uruk without. And then we'll dive into our scenario in detail a little bit later on. And then we have the Uruk-hai Warrior Painting Guide. Now, this one is highly sophisticated, as all of these painting guides are, and we will be taking this as a starting point and moving on to it a little bit more advanced. So I think they've got they're bringing in dry brushing, mixing the dark metal color, so they're doing a bit of paint blending, because of course at this point you'd literally just have had the old chainmail and black as your metallic colors. So doing a bit of mixing there, using the pure silver to do some edge highlighting. We'll be having a look at that. So a little bit different, and they're even mixing up some orky kind of reds and browns. But they're obviously very, very simplistic and kind of beginner painting schemes. We are going to be doing something a little bit more advanced, but not that much more advanced, to be honest. I mean, the Uruk-hai, you can make them look pretty great without ridiculously overcomplicated schemes. So they're really fun and really great for batch painting, because you can just smash out whole armies of them and make them look really fantastic really quickly. I know a lot of people, of course, this is quite a timely release, and a lot of these are going to be, because War in Rohan just came out. We've got Rohan stuff on the future, more Isengard heroes. So it's actually it's quite funny, right? Because in the early 2000s, 2002, when this magazine was being released, was around the time that second edition was launching. So we're back in time. We're in the past at the launch of the Two Towers and the second edition, but in the current time, also known as the present, apparently I can't speak English today, we're also sort of re-examining that particular launch period of Rohan and Isengard and all that sort of stuff. So it's going to be quite fun working in the same space, but just 20 years earlier. Very fun indeed. And then once we've painted up our dudes, we're going to be having a look at making our little hill guide. As always, theirs is very simple, but ours isn't going to be too different either. Just a classic hill, sanding it down, carving it down. Honestly, I don't know how I'm going to do this without making a ridiculous mess all through this my office here. So there's going to be like static grass all through my keyboard. Going to be a disaster. That's why I'm painting first. Otherwise, it's going to be awful. Yes, James Palmer says the green base rims. Lol. Absolutely, that's a classic indication of the age of a particular document or photos or miniatures. Is if they've got that goblin green base rim, like we can see in some of these photos here with the kind of the dusting of the old Games Workshop flock. It's a classic indicator of age. I'm still. Oh, here we go. Ooh, look at this. We got some advanced basing going on here. This is ahead of its time. This is the classic scorched brown base with bestial brown dry brush that we all know Lockie loves. So, you know, we're starting to step it up here with these particular goblins. This is obviously a different painter in the studio whose outlook eventually won out. And then just a little glance into the future. Next week, we're going to be painting up Lurtz. So the Uruk-hai theme is going to continue for some time, which is awesome. I love the Lurtz model. It's actually one of the first heroes I did as a kid that I sort of like really cared about. But for starters, we are going to dive into painting our Uruk-hai warriors. So let me bring these paints right on over. So, as we can see, we've got our little Uruk-hai warrior here, and he is fairly kind of simple in terms of what he's made up of, in terms of his color regions. We all know Lockie likes to break models down into color regions when planning, so we essentially have here the armor, the Uruk-hai flesh, the cloth, of which there's quite a limited amount, and then some white hand detailing. Now, I've just given all of these models a black prime, kind of a bad black prime, to be honest, on some of them. I was running out of Chaos Black spray. And then we've got the pikeman here as well, whose only differences, of course, is that he has a pike. Oh, also Uruk-hai have hair. Yes, okay, so there's one more layer I haven't planned for. We'll make that up on the fly. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. So, we're going to be having a look at, obviously the biggest layer is our metal. Now, we're going to be doing a pretty kind of layered sort of technique that creates a lot of detail and a lot of kind of color and toning and really brings the kind of rusty Uruk-hai metal to life. So we're going to start off by hitting that with a dry brushed layer of brass scorpion, kind of overbrushed all over it, which is sort of like the old tin bits. It's a little bit lighter and there's a little bit more red in it, but it's very much the same vein. And then to get it back in that tin bits kind of world, or first actually we'll give it another dry brush pass over the same metal with lead belcher, just to kind of add in a little bit more of that silver into the brassy landscape. Then we'll darken that all up with a bit of Nuln Oil, and then we'll come in with, of course, the workhorse layer for all orc armor. We saw this on the goblins, quite a thick layer of typhus corrosion spread around the place. And we're going to do a lovely little wet working technique, applying that with the Nuln Oil, and then, of course, we'll do our edge highlighting with Stormhost Silver. So similar to the goblins, but with a few extra steps to really add that Isengard kind of, really manufactured look, that sort of factory Isengard. You know, they've got the whole kind of forge going underneath in the caverns. They're mass producing this armor. It's really raw, it's rough, but it is still good quality, so it's not really gross. It's just very, not shiny and beautiful and aesthetically pleasing. The flesh, we're going to start off with dark flesh tone, and then we're going to bring in some red, some gory red, do a little bit of a wet blend highlight with the dark flesh tone layer, and then again we'll keep wet blend highlighting with just a few little muscular accents with quite a bright red. This is bloody red from Vallejo, and then we'll wash that all with Reikland Flesh Shade to push the highlights down a little bit and just give it another fleshy overtone. So that'll be a lovely kind of reddy brown scheme for our Uruk-hai flesh, which is kind of the scheme that I love. And then for our belts and our leather, we're just going to do the simple charred brown down and then a Nuln Oil wash. And then, of course, we've got our white hand detailing. And then for our hair, we're probably just going to do like the kind of black and grey or dark browns sort of hair vibe as well. So it's going to be pretty good. Yeah, we've got a lovely little selection of models to get painted up. Now, what have you guys been painting this week before I dive on in? What have you guys, are you guys working on anything now? You're going to be painting alongside me? Have you been painting anything this week? Let's have a look at what everyone's hanging out and saying in the chat. We're talking about making banners out of, yes, there's the classic how to make a banner guide that comes up in a few issues where you make it out of paper and then strengthen it with PVA. We might even do something a little bit more sophisticated when it comes to that. We might lend some expertise from the wonderful Jacques Rogers, who you will all know from the channel. He is a pro at making banners out of plasticard that you bend and warp by heating them up with a hairdryer. So we might show a kind of compare and contrast between the more advanced techniques and the less advanced techniques. Let's have a look and see what we've got here. Everyone's getting very excited about the new releases. I can see people talking about, of course, Aemma Knight of the Pelennor, who we're all hoping will eventually go on permanent re-release or at least made to order. It should be very interesting to see. We need a new Aemma sculpt pretty badly. Hopefully we get a brand new one would be awesome. What else have we got here? People are talking about, oh yeah, the catapult troll and bats, of course, the stuff from the Hobbit, the Gundabad range. Will that ever get made? Who knows? I'd say yes, potentially when we finally get a supplement that returns to the Battle of the Five Armies. Larissa is bringing the important information that my young daughter Hazel has discovered how to spin the Wheel of Fortune. Maybe we'll bring Hazel in and get her to spin it, and she could pick the prize. She's just gone after 6 months, so she's developing rapidly. We've got Daniel Jones assembling Uruk-hai as you speak, getting ready for BrizCon 2020. Yeah, poor Dan has been like desperate for some Uruk-hai warriors, and they've been out of stock here on the Australian web store. And listen to this. This is a blast from the past. What a time to be alive. Out of stock in the Games Workshop web store, and to tell you where there was stock, at our Games Workshop. So Warhammer Mount Gravatt, Dan cruised on down on Saturday morning after finding out that there were two boxes of Uruk-hai warriors in stock, in a store, Middle Earth, in stock, Warhammer Mount Gravatt. Best Warhammer store in the world. It's awesome. Andrew, the manager there, has always keeps a couple of bays of dedicated Middle Earth stock, lots of troops and cavalry, and all the box sets, and he tries to get in dice and the cards and stuff as well if he can get them for us. So yeah, it's absolutely awesome. I was just like blown away. There's nothing in stock online, but we picked it up in store. Such a good story. So Dan is getting ready his army for BrizCon. That is a 1,000 point escalation tournament. Dan, are you playing pure Uruk-hai, or are you bringing any Dunland in or any other alliances, or are you just doing 1,000 points of Uruk-hai? Should be very interesting. What else are we painting? We've got some Goblin mercenaries from Antoine. Very nice. We've got Dunlendings for Shiko. The pile doesn't seem to be getting any smaller. Yeah, we all know that feeling. Making horns. Making Huorns out of Age of Sigmar Sylvaneth for a narrative. That sounds awesome, modified fits. That's cool. Yeah, man, I was disappointed the Huorns didn't get a profile, to be fully honest. James Palmer's working on Rohan Royal Guard this week. Yeah, they do still look fantastic. They are still the most awesome models. I absolutely loved them. Absolutely loved them. Larissa is informing me that she is adding things to my YouTube and Instagram stories. Awesome. This is what I get for leaving my phone out there. Defacing an Isildur model for a Knight of the White Tower conversion. Hey, that's a really cool idea. Keely's not painting anything because he just had surgery. Get well soon, dude. Hope you can get back in the paint nice and quick. We've got Mato has ordered the 3 Hunters. Yeah, they're pretty cool models. I'm assuming you mean the new plastic ones. I do like them. And DJ, Daniel, is planning on the Isengard Helm's Deep Legendary Legion. Of course, I did know that actually. Very cool. Very, very cool. Yes, yeah, Element Games in the UK are another store that have a huge selection, which is really, really cool. Lovely to see those guys in the UK stocking Middle Earth, and Buck and Duck is working on Minas Tirith. Oh, Paul Carroll's back. Evening, Paulie. He's working on some Mordor Trolls. Very nice indeed. All right, let's crack on, and let's jump into layer number 1. I'm going to grab myself let's swing this mic over so you guys can hear me as good as possible. That was English. So I'm going to grab myself a reasonably large dry brushing brush so I can smash these layers out pretty quickly. And we're going to jump in with the Tin Bins, or the Brass Scorpion. Now, Brass Scorpion, is Brass Scorpion a current layer paint, or is this an old paint? I think it's still in the current range. This is actually one of Jackson's paints from several years ago, so this might not actually be a real paint anymore. Can someone let me know if Brass Scorpion is in the current Citadel range? Otherwise, as always, I have a conversion table in the description. So Vallejo paints, P3, I think scale 75, they're all in that table from Daka Daka. So if I'm using a paint that you don't own because you've got a different thing or a different brand, you can easily convert them. So I'm going to take most of the Brass Scorpion off the brush. We're going to be painting the Swordsman today rather than the Pikeman, and we just want to kind of quite heavily, it's almost layering, but we are dry brushing just to leave a little bit of black. And we're just going to hit everywhere that's metal. I'm pretty much almost going to do the whole model, right? Because anywhere that isn't going to get this is going to have another color. It is like a layer paint going down, so it doesn't really matter if I get this. I can be super rough and super quick with it. And as always, we talk about this a lot. That's the best way to get quick at painting miniatures, is only be careful when you have to be careful. If you can smash stuff really fast that isn't important, then it speeds up. Rather than me carefully picking out all these panels, it doesn't matter if I get it on the hair, because the hair is going to get a brown base coat, etc, etc. So we're just going to smash this tin bits down. We've got lots of armor regions to target. There's the greaves. We've got of course the awesome Uruk-hai swords. I'm doing everything the same. The chainmail, the plate armor. We've got the boots. They've got lots of iron on them. There's chainmail here hanging at the back. That's going to get it. Is there actually armor plating on their back? No, it's all chainmail at the back. So the armor plating is only at the front, of course, because Uruk-hai don't run from battle, so they don't need armor plating at the back. That's the logic there, and it's probably quite true. Until, of course, the Rohirrim arrive and crunch them. And we're going to get all in there on the shield. Alright, that's looking pretty good. I think we got it all. See how quick that layer was? Want to make sure we get the chainmail. Beautiful. Brass Scorpion, finished. One layer down. Imagine if it was all that quick. The model will be done in 10 minutes. Up next, we're going to do the same. We're going to grab some lead belcher with the exact same technique. Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go. Does anyone know if the cards will stay on sale or the web store? I think they are now no longer limited release, of course. They are talking... who was that asked that question? That was... McGregor. McGregor was asking, he's talking about the profile cards, which have been so controversial because they keep selling out in minutes whenever they get released. I think they are now going to be permanently on the web store. I saw someone asked that question on a Forge World post, and Adam Troke replied saying he was pretty sure that's what it was. So if usually Adam's on the money. So now we're going to do the same thing. We're going to dry brush our lead belcher over the exact same regions. I'm going to be a little bit lighter with I'm actually going to do a traditional dry brush here rather than an overbrush. I'm going to sort of get the chainmail a little bit more silver rather than the metal itself. But the metal is just going to get a little bit of silver on it as well, just to bring in an extra tone. It kind of gives us just a little highlight, a little bit of pop, but we don't want like a really flat application. So there we can see on that shield, see how just by doing a quick dry brush pass, I've already got silver concentrated around the center, silver around the edges, and then more of the brass scorpion showing through on the broad flat areas. That's exactly what we want. That looks awesome. So we're essentially doing like a bit of a pre-edge highlight with this dry brush, but we do want it to be broader than that, so that the edge highlighting tones, it sort of tones a larger area and the edge highlights more targeted. Look at that. So that is our first layer down. Our first 2 layers down. I'm going to wash up my dry brushing brush. I'll bring my water over here. Doesn't need to be over there now. We might be able to paint more than one of these. We'll see how we go. Maybe we will paint the pikemen as well. You know what? I think we will. I think we will paint the pikemen, because these are pretty quick guys to bash out, and I can show you guys the benefits of batch painting. So what we're going to do is, rather than paint one and then paint the other, I'm going to paint them both at the same time. If there was like any squad that I was able to get the entire 10 done on one stream, it would be Uruk-hai. But seeing as we're still doing a fairly cool scheme, I will keep it to just 2 models. And we'll grab a little bit more brass scorpion. Shin pads, gotta remember, some of these pike poses where they're clutching the pikes to their body can get a bit tricky later on, but right now it's not an issue because we're basically just tin bitsing the whole model. Brass scorpioning. I'm gonna call it tin bits forever because it's just what I'm used to. Just my tin bits was dry. Alright, very nice. That's actually great because we can do a bit of compare and contrast. You can see just how much more the silver adds, bringing it in. In fact, I've probably put a little too much on that silver, but that's okay. It's probably not. It's probably right in the spot we want to be, actually. We'll come in with our lead belcher again. Look at that. I'm not even cleaning my brush. What a savage. No, I don't need to. It doesn't matter if that paint gets all mixed. We're going to do a really gentle dry brush, just picking the raised areas. More silver on the chainmail. Okay, I think the shafts end up being black, actually, don't they? So it's just this head that I need to worry about. Alright, very nice. 2 guys ready to go with layer 1 and 2. How easy is that? I'm really tempted to batch paint all 10 of them. Is this live? Asks Abdur Rahman. It sure is, buddy. I am asking questions. Fire away. Feel free to ask anything that you like. If I don't see it, the boys and girls in the chat will help you out, but I do try and check the chat as I'm working. Otherwise, I lose my mind. I don't want to disconnect with you all, but sometimes I do get very focused on a particular layer. So if I miss you, just ask the question again if someone else doesn't help. Alright, so that is our first 2. Now what I want to do is, before I chuck my Typhus Corrosion on, I actually just want to kind of darken all of this up a bit. So I'm just going to come in and I'm going to apply a whole layer of Nuln Oil. This Nuln pot hasn't been used in ages, so I'm really going to give it a good shake. And this is a really important thing to do with the GW washers, because sometimes if they're not fully mixed, they do get a bit shiny. So make sure you give them a shake if you haven't used them a while. I mean, always give them a shake, but give them a really good shake if you haven't used them in a good long while. Destro the Dexterous, I can read, Jesus lucky. Is there any way to list in the description the colors you were using? That's an awesome point, dude. I will do that from now on. But I will update this video description at the end so that you guys don't have to sit here and listen to me type for 10 minutes. So yes, I'll definitely update that description. No problem. Alright, so we're going to grab some Nuln Oil, and we're just going to apply this once again with the same devil may care attitude. I'm going to make sure... I mean, we were dry brushing, so this is... Yeah, these guys are completely dry. Fantastic. Heat and humidity in Australia. It has its perks. So we're going to Nuln Oil the whole model, just to darken everything up a little bit. It really starts to put the recessed detail on the chainmail, which is great, because the chainmail won't actually get Typhus Corrosion applied to it. So yeah, essentially what we're doing is just toning everything back a bit, making it a little bit darker, a little bit grimier, beginning to shade it all in. And when you do this, you'll sort of be like, oh, so now it just kind of looks like silver. I can't really see the tin bits. But trust me, if the tin bits wasn't there, you wouldn't have the lovely kind of rusty tones that are there now, that are really underneath that silver, particularly once we start bringing in the other stuff. But Nuln Oil does really push it into the silver realm. I'm just going to hit this. See, this is what I mean. Because we've chosen to do these layers first, look how efficient this is. I don't have to worry about, you know, not getting this on the something, on the skin, or the this, or the that, because I want to use Reikland Flesh Shade on the skin. Because I've just... pick these layers first, which are my big broad layers, I can just go crazy and slather this everywhere. And because I'm using just, you know, dry brushing and really thin paint with a wash, it doesn't matter. I'm not obscuring detail. I'm just getting all the good stuff done. I do want to make sure I get enough Nuln Oil in the chainmail, get that recessed detail around. I also don't want to soak, you know, I don't need all this unnecessary Nuln Oil pooling in all different joints here where the arms are held together. Alright, fantastic. Now, we're going to have to let those guys dry. So let's have a quick look at some of the other poses that we've got available. Alright, you guys are asking some questions in the chat. How many of us have tipped over Nuln Oil? Oh man. I have had a record. I've been SBG gaming for 20 years. I have never knocked over a pot of shade until last week. Oh wow, there's 97 of you watching. That's awesome. Welcome everybody. So it's like, oh man, I didn't even need to knock it over. I was painting some, I was finishing off the Elves that we gave away last week, or no, the week before. Last week was Frodo, and I had Agrak's Earthshade open, and I was painting, and I saw that it was open, and I was like, oh crap, it's open. I better close that lid. Imagine if I knocked it over. And I got in such a panic to like reach for it and close it. I knocked it over. I managed to save it, and I only lost like a little bit over, but like, oh my goodness, it was brutal. It was brutal. Marky Blake asks, are there any more battle companies coming soon, Lockie? Yes, there are. The thing is, the next battle company video is the final for Season 1. So it's been quite tricky to film it because all 4 of us need to be there. So we have a scheduled filming date. Unfortunately, it's not for another month. So I will film the Battle Company's final in a month, and then it will come out like a day later. So you're looking at about a month, maybe 5 weeks wait for the next Battle Company's video. But once that's out, then we can dive into Season 2, and we've rejigged. Season 2 is going to be super cool. I'm going to spoil it a little bit now because you've got me excited, and I need this null or the dry anyway. So Season 2, rather than it just being like, for those of you who aren't super familiar with the Battle Company's format, we were using the existing map-based system where you're just moving your battle companies around a map, and essentially the map system in that battle companies is it's just an overlay. It's just a scoring mechanic that helps you. You score campaign points, and it adds a little bit more, but it doesn't matter where your models are on the map in terms of fighting each other. It's just about gaining different bonuses and scoring points. And that's something that I really love, the old systems where you're moving an army around a map. So what the Season 2 of the Battle Companies is going to be a War in Rohan themed season of Battle Companies. We are going to be playing on a constrained map, a custom map, which depicts all the different regions of Rohan. There are going to be 2 players on the forces of good, 2 players on the forces of evil. Johnny and I are taking command of Rohan and Lothlorien, and Jacques and Jackson are taking command of Isengard and Dunland. Between each team, there will be 3 battle companies that we are managing, and those battle companies will be moving around the map, and they represent scouting parties of the main armies in the conflict. So as they move through the map, they're going to be completing little objectives, and whenever they encounter each other on the map, that's when they have a battle, so your armies are actually playing. On top of that, there's also going to be a ticking clock that relates to the time of the in-game world. So at a certain point, we will reach the period in time when the Dunland village gets raided, and then all of the battle companies will get pulled into a bigger narrative scenario where they're playing as participants in a bigger space. So, when we're playing the Dunland scenario, for instance, it will be Jacques' Dunland Battle Company, some extra Dunland being controlled by Jackson, and then my Rohan Battle Company, and some extra Rohan being controlled by John. And then, we'll go back to moving around the map as scouting parties, and then a little bit later we'll be at the Battle of Helm's Deep, and it will be John's Elven Battle Company, my Rohan Battle Company, and then together we'll share the rest of the heroes and forces of Helm's Deep, and then it will be, Jacques will have his Dunland Battle Company, they'll have the Isengard Battle Company for Jacko, and then they'll also be controlling all of those other forces. So we're going to have like Battle Company games that matter because the scouting parties are trying to achieve objectives that contribute to their war effort, and then we're also going to see that war effort because the Battle Companies are going to take part in the bigger games. So essentially what can happen is, depending on how well you play with your Battle Companies, scores objectives and creates resources and collects intel for the war effort, and the way that your battle companies play as scouting parties can have an impact on the War in Rohan campaign, and then those big battles will be affected, and potentially Isengard could take over Rohan. We're gonna play it that way, that the scenario effects still flow on even more, but are also affected by the battle companies matches. So it's going to be really, really cool, something that we've never seen before, and something really different that we want to do that also combines the main War in Rohan campaign, which we'll also play normally, and Battle Companies. So it's going to be absolutely awesome. We have a question from Zygon. He says, "Sup Zorp, you still got Star Wars stuff in the pipeworks?" Oh my god, Zygon, prepare to lose your mind. Just yesterday, Jacko and I were doing the final round of play testing for our Clone Wars narrative campaign. I've got 3 more painting tutorials for Clone Wars coming out over the next fortnight, and then within a couple of weeks we are officially launching the Star Wars Legion Clone Wars narrative campaign, and it is going to knock your socks off. It's going to be absolutely mental. Basically, epic narrative battle report action that is just, it's like nothing anyone's ever done before, particularly in the Star Wars Legion community. I'm all about narrative. I care about Star Warsy stories. I'm not really interested in the match play scene as much on Star Wars Legion, so we've got an epic narrative campaign coming, all about Clone Warsy stuff. I don't want to give away too much, because but basically there will be a trailer coming out. As I edit the first video, I'll cut up a little trailer and push that around to get some hype, so it's going to be pretty awesome. Florian asks what content is coming up in the next couple of weeks. Well, obviously we're focusing on that Star Wars Legion stuff, which I just talked about. We're getting ready for the Battle Company's final in a month's time, and I've also got some collaborations with the Green Dragon podcast. We're filming some narrative scenarios. We've got a couple from the Hobbit era. We've got some Gundabad stuff. We've got some other bits and pieces. The first one of those scenarios will be coming out tonight. And then also, Jacques and I are going to start getting to work on the main War in Rohan campaign. Jacques has almost finished all the models now, and I've finished all the terrain, so that'll start to come out over the next month as well. So there's going to be a lot of really interesting stuff. McGregor asks, are you ever going to finish the Gondor at War battle scenarios? Absolutely. I love the Gondor at War scenarios. Our main focus will be to finish all of War in Rohan first, and then I'm going to chip away at Gondor at War. Obviously, I want to do that massive Pelennor Fields battle that I built the board for and still haven't built. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. It's going to be really cool. Zygon, yes, we're going to be doing Star Wars terrain videos as well within the next 2 weeks. I obviously have got to build a board for our narrative campaign, so I'll be doing a terrain build on that. It will be set in Geonosis, which I guess you could have guessed from watching my painting videos. So let's have a look and see if our Nuln Oil is dry. Almost, we're getting there. Let's have a look at the other sculpts. Actually, that's what we were going to do. So we've got a cool selection of sculpts. We've got to remember these Uruk-hai sculpts are getting pretty old now, but like they're awesome. They're so good. So we've got more pikemen. There's our stabby pikeman. Here's our classic holding pikeman again. I think that's the same as the one that we've already painted before. And then we've got this one. This is the real classic, like, thrust-out pikeman. You can see it's got some tin bits on it because I was testing earlier this morning to make sure that worked. And then we've got just a couple of extra sword poses. Now, I'm pretty sure there is 10 unique poses. Or the pikeman might have some double up or slight subtle variation. So they're really, really decent little models. Here we go, Lockie. That's not helpful at all. You guys can't even see. Excellent work. Let's do this properly. Look, I can come over here now. So yes, we've got our pikemen here. Yeah, they're some of the models do have some detailed flat spots, and they're not the most amazing, but we do have, you know, some pretty decent, like you can put a good paint job on these, and these guys can hold up really, really well. These are absolutely not a priority on models that need new sculpts. They look fantastic. They're really, really coming well. Ooh, that looks good. Okay, so I think what we can do, actually, I'm just going to chuck those Uruks over there, is what we're going to do is we're going to jump in our Typhus Corrosion layer. Now, you don't have to wait for the Nuln Oil to be dry to do that. I've just remembered, which means, you know, probably could have been doing this the whole time. But that's fine. It's going to be essentially a little bit of wet blending and a little bit of kind of coating. Essentially what we want to do is just get lots of grime everywhere to really add that grim shade to all of the armor. So I'm going to start with our little swordsman. Now, if you guys aren't familiar with Typhus Corrosion, it is a Games Workshop technical paint that also has a bit of texture built into it, some weird separating agents, so it leaves a really, really weird finish on the model that's like rusty and gross and grimy, and yeah, it's really quite oily as well. It's a fantastic model, and you got to apply it in a specific sort of way. You can essentially like see the texture as you're putting it down and kind of like move it around. Helps if I actually get some on the brush. There we go. Just bear in mind, any brush that you use with this is probably going to turn to trash. I'm just going to put that basically all over that flat surface. Create a little bit of pooling in that recess there. Really, really grime up this orc. You can like put it on pretty thickly and it will separate, but I sort of like to put it on thick and then move it around to other parts of the model. I don't need it all super thick there. I'll get it really all through the chest, because of course we will be edge highlighting all of this stuff. And the Uruk-hai, they have that sort of real like black look. So it doesn't matter if you're blocking out a lot of silver, because as it dries, the Typhus Corrosion will separate and the silver will like peek through. Now you can leave it off the chainmail, which is what I'm going to do, and just leave that as like Nuln Oil. You know what? I'm going to put it on the chainmail, but really lightly, because we don't want to obscure the detail, but I just want to grime it up a little bit more. That's looking really nice. We want some on the sword. Oh yeah, now that is a grimy Uruk. Look at that. Bit of edge highlighting and he is just going to look mint. That is some seriously grimy armor. I love it. I love it, I love it, I love it. Okay, let's jump into the next one. Man, I could actually batch paint this whole squad. This is not taking long at all. We'll see how we go. We'll get these two done first. We'll see how long the flesh layers take. We might smash out a few more examples and show off some slightly different techniques on other ones. Is that something you guys would be keen for me to show you? A couple of different techniques on different Uruk-hai? Because we could do some of the old classic dry brushing technique over black. Show a few different things, and also how you can still do that, because this is a bit of a brown colored metal look. It does fall away to black, but it's not like the classic pure black look. So what we might do is also have a look at a pure black look as well, which is a very quick scheme as well. Alright, that Typhus Corrosion is down over that metal, and now we'll wait for that one to dry. Looking awesome. Now, I want to wash that out pretty bloody well, because if Typhus gets left over in the brush, it ruins the brush forever, and I actually quite like this brush. Probably shouldn't have used this one, to be honest. So yeah, I'm just going to grab a water, one sec. I see we've got a few Roger Rogers in the chat. Can I get a few Roger Rogers? Roger Roger? Yeah, literally the whole time we were playing yesterday, Jacko and I were just like, check it out, Corporal, we'll cover you. Roger, Roger. Uh-oh, blast them. Every time I was rolling dice, and I was playing clones, it was a nightmare. Yeah, it's absolutely awesome playing Star Wars. And the thing that's interesting is Legion is really different to SBG. It's got a really different flavor, so it's very fun to play as like a palette cleanser. You're moving squads around. It doesn't really matter where the models are to a certain extent. Your leader matters, and then the squads just kind of move around and have to have some like unit coherency, essentially. I think they call it cohesion. Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, the way different, some custom dice, custom move things, lots of cards. It's very different to Lord of the Rings. Got lots of different flavor, and the models are a very different style as well. So it's really cool. I was absolutely loving it. Oh, look, here come all the Roger Rogers. We've got a little Instagram shout out at Lord of the Rings Miniatures for some more awesome Uruk-hais. Make sure you guys go and check that out from, I'm going to butcher your name, dear sir, Konstantinos Testempash. I'm not sure. It might be Greek, might be Russian, could be Cypriot. I have no idea. That's an awesome name though, dude. Alright, so let us, while that layer is drying, I'm just going to start showing you guys another little trick that we can use for some really simple Uruk-hai. So I'm just going to grab this other guy here, and what we're going to do is we're going to leave this guy black, and we're going to go straight to a silver dry brushing stage. Oh, it's Greek! Awesome! My first guess was right. Nailed it. I'm a man of the world. Alright, we're going to go straight into chainmail on this model. So this is a different scheme to what I'm painting with the main guys, but seeing as I've got a little bit of drying time here, might as well show you guys some alternate things we can do. Did you see that? I just knocked over a shade and the lid was on. Nailed it. Nailed it, ladies and gentlemen. Now this one is going to be quite a traditional dry brush. I've taken most of the paint off. And we just want to be hitting all of the raised areas. This is sort of like the first way I ever painted Uruk-hai. Dry brush the whole model metal. This would be cool, because we can do a bit of a compare and contrast between like the old school beginner technique and doing something a little bit more advanced, and you guys can see what you prefer. Get a little bit more lead belcher, because I still want it to be dusted, not highlighted, but I do want to build up a decent enough silver profile. Just make sure I haven't missed anywhere. Oh, the weapon. It's kind of an obvious one. And I want it to be pretty heavy on the chainmail. Now, what I would have used in the old days, of course, was black ink, not Nuln Oil. But we have the beauty of Nuln Oil now. So there we go. We've got the silver everywhere. Silver everywhere. I'm like one brush lucky today. jump in and grab some null oil. We'll null oil the whole model. Make sure that's dry. It should be pretty dry with the dry brushing. And the null oil just like, it really tones the silver that's there, and it gives it a nice kind of substance. It makes it look like it's you know, colored armor, basically steel armor. It's not just, you know, silver dry brushed over black. It just adds a lot of toning, and it's just a really simple way. I'm gonna dump all my excess shade on the shield and then move it around the model. It's a really good way to just get some quick and dirty urukl-hai. Hey Dan, Daniel Jones, how are you painting your urukl-hai while you're watching? Get some, and do you guys have any other suggestions for urukl-hai schemes? Let's try some stuff. Let's go crazy. These models are so easy to paint. We can do a real masterclass on different urukl-hai methods. All right, so that is our silver armor. As you can see, it's a very different look. But this feels a lot cooler than this. This feels much warmer and more orange, but that's because we haven't brought in our silver component yet. And typhus corrosion, as a general rule, is really kind of, you know, brown stuff up. So that's why there's even more warmth on that Uruk now. Let's have a look. Oh, that typhus is looking pretty good. Pretty good. But what we will do to silver that up even before we edge highlight is we might do another dry brush, like an actual proper dry brush on the actual over the typhus with chainmail, just to silver it up a little bit. Modified Fit says neon pink. I'm just going to move you to the banned section of the chat. No, just kidding. But yeah, lots of pink suggestions, which will all be promptly ignored. We've got Buck and Duck says Doomble Brown for the skin, Iron Breaker dry brush for the armor, and null oil over the whole model. Yep, that's basically the beginner, you know, the old conversion of the old school beginner method. It's pretty classic. It's looking pretty good. So let's have a look at our dudes. I am loath to keep working on that armor. It's still a little bit wet, but what we'll do is we'll start the skin tone and we'll come back to the armor in a sec. So the skin tone is going to need... Ooh, but then I don't have to dry brush it. I'll have to dry brush a little more complex then. So this is why this is a great example of the importance of batch painting. If I was painting 10 of these guys, by the time I got back to this layer, it would be dry, and I would be able to keep locking down this scheme. So we will wait, because it's going to make that a lot more efficient when we come to the painting. So what we're going to do is we're going to jump in and we're going to do our Doomble Brown, which is we're going to start with Dark Flesh Tone, sorry. We're going to throw that down on our other urukl-hai. Let me grab. Oh no, here it is. Charred Brown, sorry, not Dark Flesh Tone. So Charred Brown is the new, well, it's similar to Doomble, it's a little bit darker. Of course, this is the one downside of dropper bottles, of course. They do get blocked, and then they can't drop anymore. So I'm going to grab some Scorch Brown, and we're going to pick out this guy's, we're going to pick out all of this guy's flesh. Now, if you're going for the more kind of brown look rather than the red-brown look on the orc flesh, it kind of forces you into a corner with the cloth, that you need to push the cloth in a more black direction. And that's okay. It's just a different look. Because then you start to kind of have too much brown in the model, so all of your straps and all of your cloth work then effectively kind of has to be in that black space. We just get our brown everywhere. All over the arms. Now they're wearing gloves, aren't they? So it's just the actual skin. We want a little bit, of course, on the face. slot there in the eyes. So that's our brown flesh down. Then while that's wet, I would come in with a little bit of gory red. I don't really need to wet palette this stuff. Actually, I could just take a little bit off the top because that's leaked. And I would just wet blend in just a little bit of red into that brown over the top. You know, just you pick out the raised sections of the muscle, just so it brings that red into the flesh. So we love that red look. And it gives you a lovely bit of separation and you know, sort of accents the highlights a bit too. And a little bit in there. And then you can literally just leave that. Because it's a wet blend, it'll be nice and smooth, you don't have to worry about it. And then you've got, you know, a silver Uruk and red skin, and that could literally be your whole scheme. We'll show it to you again once it's dry. I would also just throw a Ryklon flesh shade on the wash, just to kind of tone down the red a little bit and still put it into that fleshy red-brown. But that is like another super easy scheme for Uruk-hai. There's lots of ways you can bang these guys out pretty quickly. So these guys are just about dry now, so what we might do is come in and do our silver dry brush. And then we can start edge highlighting and the armor will be done. We've got another suggestion here from our lovely Greek friend, Quinstantinos. I think I'm getting it now, it's all good. We've got, oh no, Mandalore, yes you did, the first time you've missed the beginning of the stream. We've got Lead Belcher, 3 layers of Agrax Earthshade, Dry Brush Stormhost Silver, 2 layers of Nuln Oil, and Dry Brush again. Yeah, that would look absolutely awesome. That's a similar way of bringing in the grime, just takes a few more steps than what I'm doing with my, my grossy kind of corrosion stuff. Then we've got Modified Fits, says armor, you use Iron Warriors steel, the standard skin, a fat layer of Carisberg Crimson all over it. Oh wow, and then a purple tint. Wow, that would be cool. That would be really cool, giving it a little bit of a purpley sheen. Very, very nice. Thanks for watching, Alan. We'll see you next time. Have a good sleep. Paint them as a giant hand of Saruman superglued into formation cheerleader style. That would look amazing, and I would be so impressed if somebody did that. That would look absolutely incredible. Oh man, I want to do that. But unfortunately, these models have to go out to somebody, and they probably don't want them superglued together, and won't be particularly modeling effective. Alright, so let's jump into our silver dry brush, and then we can call the arm, and then our edge highlighting, sorry, and then the arm will be almost finished. So we're going to grab, and this is a proper dry brush, so I want a really dry brush. And we want to take a lot of the paint off. And this is just to return just a little bit of silver to some areas that have been browned off just a little bit too much by the typhus corrosion. And then we're going to come in with the edge highlighting and really bring that back. Oh, that's looking quite cool. One thing I like to do is I don't mind when I'm dry brushing this shield, if you go across it like this, sometimes you leave like brush strokes, but I don't mind that. It's like as if the steel has some sort of forging striations. It's really cool. Now some of this typhus is a little bit wet still, so technically if I were you I'd wait for that to dry, but you know, we ain't got all day. Alright, so that's just brought a little bit of our silver back in. Might just do a little bit more. And then it's time to get edge highlighting. Oh man, these look really cool. These look really cool. Now, of course, the other thing that's going to push this back into a silver cool scheme is huge chunks of pure silver on the model. And that's why the edge highlighting is so important. Yeah, circular dry brushing absolutely gets rid of the streaking Zygon. I just actually like to do it as an intended effect on the shields, because I like the striations, but if you don't want the streaking, absolutely circular motion is the way to go. Alright, so I'm going to grab my fine detail brush. I do have one sometimes when I feel like cracking it out. Most of the time I'm pretty quick and lazy. We're going to give Stormhost a really good shake because it can separate a fair bit. Hey, it's nice and mixed today. I've been using it a lot lately. I'm going to grab a little bit on my brush. And I'm going to come in. And I'm going to just start hitting all of these edges. It doesn't have to be uniform. It doesn't have to be every one. Don't stress if you think it's too bright. It will dull as it dries. And of course, we can always wash back the edge highlights with some more Nuln Oil. Essentially, we just want all of the sharp edges catching little glints and sort of having it kind of broken up, like not smooth continuous lines is absolutely the way to go. A little bit of it across the top of the shield, but nothing too crazy. You can just kind of dump it on some of the flat surfaces like it's really fresh steel. I just like to, you know, I don't even move methodically. I just like look at the model and I'm like, ooh, edge, go. Ooh, edge, go. And then eventually you sort of slowly chip away at all the different bits of the model and you're kind of like, oh, you know what? I think I've reached like a critical mass. I think I'm happy. The really important ones to nail are the shoulder pads. Like, they're so angular. You absolutely want some nice edging on them. And of course, the sharp edges on the helmet. So many sharp edges on these Uruk-hai. And when each time you put down like each highlight, it might feel like it's just doing way too much, but then once you pull back and see like the whole model covered in these little jagged highlights, it creates a really, really cool effect. So I want to pick out the difference between these two armor panels. All these little rib panels are great spots for highlights. My silver is closing on me. These knee guards. Oh, the shoes. The shoes are great spots for it. Look at all those edgy details on the armor plates there. Blade of the sword, of course, especially that pointy bit at the back, used for basically an axe. Yeah, that's a sort of side note, Uruk-hai should totally get axes. Totally be able to piercing strike. The weapons have axes on the back of them. That'd be pretty cool. Imagine having strength 6 heroes though, that'd be savage. Jeez, that'd be savage, piercing striking with someone like Lurtz. You know, that might kind of be what Uruk-hai need. Alright, that's really starting to come together. Let's have a look at that. Give you guys a little glimpse of it there. That's looking really cool. Yes, Zygon makes a very good point. A lot of people forget that these models are meant to be looked at from like 4 feet away. Absolutely true. Absolutely true. Do I ever use a wet palette? Yeah, usually I use a wet palette every stream. It's just I forgot to set mine up. And also the paints I'm working with today don't really need a wet palette. All the metallics don't really... because of what I'm doing with them, I'm either dry brushing or edge highlighting. I don't really need to thin them today. And all of my layer paints are quite thin anyway, the Vallejo, because they're designed for wet blending that I'm using for the skin tones. So just because of the Uruk-hai that I'm using, it's mostly washes and already very thin paints. I just haven't bothered to get my wet palette out. You often notice I'm using my dry palette, which is just my board, because I don't want to water down a thin paint already. So usually I do use a wet palette, but I haven't today because easy stuff. That's why. So his armor's looking pretty good. I still think his silver needs his chainmail just needs a slightly targeted dry brush with chainmail again. The brass scorpion, not the brass scorpion, the typhus corrosion has really kind of chunked away at the silver on his chainmail. So I'm just going to give that just another little pop, just on the chainmail. But that's looking good. Alright, so now let's do our second guy. And he still needs his dry brush because I hadn't got to that yet. Particularly on the silver. Particularly on the chainmail. Obviously on the silver. The whole model is silver on. And then we just want a subtle dry brush back. Just to return the top regions to silvery. And then we leave all the beautiful brown, typhusy, rusted steel underneath. That's looking fantastic. Alright, edge highlighting time for him. It baffles me how fast the time goes on this stream. We've already been filming for an hour and 20 minutes, man. That's crazy. Modified Fit says he's cleaning up lizardmen heads to make shoulder pads for my Easterling cataphracts to show they are black dragons. That is cool, man. We're always looking for different ways to show the difference between black dragons and normal Easterlings. Can you throw some photos of those up on the Facebook page, man, when you finish? I'd love to see those. If you guys don't know about our community Facebook group, it's facebook.com/groups/Zorpazorp. It's awesome. Everyone's throwing up photos of stuff they're working on. It's actually really cool. There's 600 or 700 people on there now. It's pretty crazy. So throw some photos up of those. I'd love to see them. I'm at a complete loss how to do my black dragons. Really cool. Foham, you haven't missed much. We've just started. We are working on our Uruk-hai. We've thrown down a heavy dry brush of brass scorpion, then a heavy dry brush of chainmail. We've given them a null oil wash and then some typhus corrosion all over. Waited for that to dry, given another quick chainmail dry brush, just a really light dry brush, and then we're edge highlighting with Stormhost Silver. And then that will be our metal scheme finished. So you've basically missed the armor work, and then we'll be into flesh and the leather and then the hair, and the Uruk-hai are finished. So the last little section of edge highlights on this model, there's again lots of jagged edges. We've got all the different points on the shoulder pads, particularly those kind of big cuff things. If you get your dry brush right with chainmail, when you go back over, it makes the edge highlighting not look as stark, which I think I've achieved a little bit better on this model than the first one. Let me know how the focus is going as well, guys. I'm always trying to paint in such a way that the model is the closest thing to the lens, so it's the thing that gets in focus, or at least keep my hands and the model in the same focal plane, so it all goes in focus together. But if it is popping out and the model's going blurry, just let me know. Also change my depth of field a bit so that it should keep it in focus anyway, even if it's on the wrong thing, so hopefully it's all staying in focus well for you guys. The pike head, of course, is a new one on this model. Here, there's some cool little edges and details on here that we can pick out the different blade components on the pike, which is cool. And I believe, it's sort of hard to tell on this one, I think the pike, I don't know, it's all one sort of thing. So we'll graduate the thing down to a black stem, graduate the silver. Oh, I missed that. second shoulder pad, of course. Too much paint if I take that off. And a little bit of armor underneath here, which could really do with some attention because it's a little neglected. That is looking pretty cool. Just a little bit more on this greave because it's so prominent on this particular sculpt. Oh, that's looking pretty cool. That's looking pretty cool. Cool. All right, that is the armor finished on our two main Uruks. Once we've painted up the skin, if we still think that silver edge highlights are a bit bright, we will just null and oil everything again, which is easy enough. But we'll save that to see what it looks like in the context with the rest of the models. What is a Black Dragon Easterling? Asks Jim Bob. Yeah, it's an upgrade for the normal Easterling warriors that just makes them Courage 4 and Fight 4. So you usually take a smattering of them, particularly you'll put some Black Dragon Easterling pikemen in the back to sort of lend Fight 4 to the whole fight. So it's really cool. Yes, Modified Fit says, you can give warriors unnamed axes for an extra point. Yeah, so you can change their weapons. I was just saying that I honestly think the Uruk-hai sword should count as a sword and an axe straight off the bat, because that's how it's designed to be used. We slash with one end, and you can turn it around and hack with the other, so it sort of counts as a pick. So it should get the axe, but they're really cool. Yeah, Umdur and Kamul are really awesome, and now you've got Glittering Horde, and Easterlings are really good at dying slowly, and they're also like really fast. Cavalry with a drum, Easterling Cataphracts, super high defense with a drum, you can get those guys moving pretty bloody quickly with a Heroic March and a drum effect. So they've got their options. So this is our other option, which is looking pretty nice. It's very dark now, so we'll have to give that another dry brush up, but it's definitely getting there. We'll come back to him in a sec. You can certainly see that skin tone starting to look good. But we're going to dive into the skin tone on our main Uruk-hai now, and we're going to be starting with dark flesh tone. So this is a lighter brown than charred brown, but it gives us a little bit of red already in that tone. You can sort of see there. It's got like, I feel like a makeup person now doing my swatches. It's already got a little bit of red in that brown, so it just blends perfectly, and it's nice. It's not too thin, so it's great for going down, especially over black. And we don't really need to worry about thinning it. It's not a thick paint. It's got a good sort of combination of translucency, but it is quite light. You'll notice as a starting point, but we'll amend that once we get some shades on. So I'm going to get my flesh tone, dark flesh tone, which is of course very similar to the old dark flesh from Citadel. It's basically what the colour's modelled off. I can't remember the exact conversion in Citadel, but it's in the Daka conversion. It's in the Daka conversion in the description. So if you guys are painting with Citadel and want to know what that paint is, just look in the conversion table and it will be very, very close, if not identical. I've found that conversion table works awesome. Alright, so just out of interest, how many of you guys in the chat play Middle Earth and the Star Wars Legion, or just Star Wars Legion? Always kind of curious to sort of see what our kind of viewership is up to. What other main systems do you play? Do you play Legion? Do you play 40k? Do you play Sigmar? Is it just Middle Earth for you? So we want to pick out all of the skin tone. Remember, they are wearing boots, but the boots sort of start halfway down the back of the ankle, so there is a little bit of skin in that region. And obviously we've got our arms. There's no cloth that comes out, it's just the chainmail straight over their bodies. Which I've got to admit must have been bloody uncomfortable. So those poor Uruk-hai, all they wanted to do was just, you know, be comfortable while murdering and pillaging poor peasants, but they had to be wearing uncomfortable chainmail. What a tragedy for them. I also like to model my Uruk-hais wearing gloves. It sort of looks like they're wearing like leather-backed gloves, so I'm going to leave them not painted. But of course the face is important. and up under the neck. Not too much under the neck though, because there is like a metal. This little bit here is like a steel armor plate that pops out under their neck to stop them from getting their throats cut. Alright. Ooh, it's really starting to take shape now of adding the flesh tone in. Let's chuck our base down. Actually, let's not chuck our base down, because we, of course, want a wet blend, so I don't want that to dry. So up next is my gory red. Again, I probably don't need to put that out, because I need to clean out this gory red lid. It's not sealing properly, and as such, every time I shake it, it goes everywhere. So we want to just wet blend some gory red straight into the top musculature. So we're picking out the muscle tones. This is quite close to the dark flesh tone. It's just very red. So it really brings that lovely red highlight in. You can be relatively liberal with this, because I'm going to do another edge highlight with bloody red over the top. But you'll notice this really, really redifies the skin. So this is a great scheme if you want like that. Like if you basically want a lot of your Uruk-hai to look like berserkers, you could just leave it similar to this. So that's getting there. That's quite red now. You may not even need the bloody red, but just for the sake of it, because I want to accent the musculature, I am going to do just a little bit of it. I got enough colour in that lid. Just a really, really subtle red. No, I want a bit more. So for those of you who aren't familiar with wet blending, essentially it's where you're doing highlights into wet paint, so the paint sort of naturally move together and the pigments kind of swirl and you get really kind of gentle gradients. Pick out his chin a little bit. Some of these, really subtle with some of these muscles. Alright, so that's the flesh tone set up. I can see there's some defined musculature there, which is a little hard to read when it's all glossy and wet, but I can see it in person. It's looking quite good. Let's jump back to our skin tone on our first model. Let's get our dark flesh tone down. Now let's see, is there anything kind of unique or different about this particular pikeman? A few little complex regions where we need to get to the flesh tone and it's hidden by a pike. Aside from that, he's nice and easy. You can sort of see more of his fabric and strapping on this model. Sort of hangs out a lot more and is a lot more prominent, which will feature more in the scheme on this particular model. We've got much less of his arms though. They're all tucked in, mostly elbow joints. Still got a good access to his face with more neck to paint on this particular one. The pikemen don't seem to have that extra collar, because they're not swordsmen, they're not sword fighting, so they don't have to worry so much about their heads getting cut off. Alright, that's his first coat down. We'll jump into our red. We want to grab our gory red first. And just picking out the top of the musculature. Doesn't have to be super subtle here because it's not my final highlight. This is my mid-tone essentially. So just leaving behind some dark flesh tone, but picking out the majority of the raised sections with gory red. Lovely. And now I will come in with bloody red and then do a much thinner, more delicate edge over exactly the same regions. So it was there, there, a little bit there, a little bit there, bit there, bit there. Alright. We can pack away the reds. That was bloody red. That just a mess of gory red. So that will be our red skin tones finished once they're all dry in terms of the colouring, and then we'll probably chuck a shade down, put a Reikland flesh shade on them, and then potentially unknown oil if they're too bright. So up next will be our cloth. I'll just let that skin tone, because it is quite a wet blended thing, I'll let that dry for a second, have a chat to you guys. So over here we've got, their armour is weak at the neck and beneath the arm, apparently. Well, obviously he was only talking about the pikemen. Only talking about the pikemen. Alright, we've got a good combination of people playing different stuff here. Jeez, let's have a look. We've got... First up, Nexus asks a question. I notice you don't use handles for your models. Is that a personal preference, or is there a reason that you don't? No, not at all. I'm just lazy. My Citadel handle, I only have the one for starters. So I should get John to send me some more, but I basically just haven't clipped them on, and I always seem to be painting more than one or two models at a time, so I can never be bothered switching them and clipping them back and forth. I know Stephen Crow, who isn't watching tonight, but he usually is. He pops in for a bit anyway. He has 15 Citadel handles so that he can batch paint an entire squad and having them all on handles. Ah, that's good. Get that water into me. But yes, I should be using my handle, particularly when I'm just painting one hero, and I probably will in future. I'm just being lazy. So Alex just plays Middle Earth. Foehammer has just dipped himself into Legion. He's just bought himself Dooku and the Emperor. He's holding off buying the starter kit as long as he can resist. Well, that won't be long, because it's bloody good. I've got to pick up a second one, actually. Wish I could join 40k, says McGregor, but it's too pricey for him. That's fair. It is an expensive one. That's why I love Legion. It's very cost-effective. But 40k I play as well. I've got so much 40k. It's crazy how much money I would have spent on 40k over the years. 8th edition Fantasy High Elves for Mandalore. Well, maybe we'll see them come back in about 3 years' time when we finally get to the re-release of old school fantasy. Mandalore's got some green skins from that as well. Middle Earth, Skaven for Age of Sigmar. Love myself some Hordes of Rats, says Bravehearted. Very nice, very nice. Mandalore is going to get into Legion when he can, though. Well, you should with that name, Mandalore. Absolutely. Just Middle Earth here, although you play Warhammer on PC. Hey, Total Warhammer's awesome. It's a great game. Middle Earth and Sigmar for Aaron. Warhammer 40k for Lord Valandil, but getting some Middle Earth... Oh, only 40k, that's cool. But you're getting some Middle Earth models for D&D campaign. Cool, well, we've been having a joke about our 40k content for quite some time. I planned to launch my 40k content on Zorpazorp last February. So we were calling it 40k February, and then the joke at the end of last year was coming up that, oh, this February will be 40k February. It's still not happening. But we will get to some 40k stuff. I've got some really cool stuff planned with my Vostrians and all sorts of juicy narrative campaigns. It's gonna be it's gonna be really good. We've got paint retarders make wet blending super easy for anyone new to it, says Zygon. That's really true. That's a very, very good point. Welcome, Mr. Daniel. Lovely to see you. We've got... I've been experimenting with arrows in my bases and the shields in my cataphracts, but yet to find a system I like. Any suggestions? That's really cool. I love that stuff. Jacques uses really thin, like 0.5mm brass rod, and then green stuffing the feathers, I'm pretty sure, but I haven't done it myself yet. I wonder when the Isengard Siege stuff is coming back. Is it out of stock or not, or like long-term not available? I thought it was all still there. Is there a good beginner box for 40k? Something that has Imperium and Chaos forces? Yeah, there is. I mean, I don't know. Is the Dark Imperium box set still available? Because that was I've got that. That was Primaris Ultramarines, but you could do any faction, and then Death Guard, which is Chaos. Oh, wow. 3 of you all jumping in at once. 3 big boys of the stream. We've got Damo from the GBHL podcast. Welcome, Damien. You've missed my incredible armor scheme for the Uruk-hai, so my condolences. We've got Bits and Bolts, who's just jumped in, and Aaron N, who's just jumped in. What have you guys missed? We have started off with painting our Uruk-hai. I've done all the armor work. We've hit ourselves with... I'll give you guys a bit of a glimpse. Yeah, Dark Imperium, awesome. So that's a great beginner box for 40k, an awesome value. So, Uruk-hai wise, we have a heavy dry brush with brass scorpion, a heavy overbrush dry brush with chainmail, washed back with null oil to darken it up, then a lot of typhus corrosion everywhere, then dry brush again with chainmail to bring back some of the silver tones, and then we have edge highlighted with Stormhost silver. And then we've just jumped into our flesh, and we've done dark flesh tone wet blended with gory red and bloody red. And then we're just waiting for that to dry, and we're going to give that a wash. We've also had a look at more of a beginner scheme over here, which is probably dry now, which is just the classic primed black, dry brushed with any silver. We've gone for chainmail, and then wash with null oil, and then we did a slightly easier skin scheme on this one, which was a dark brown, charred brown, sort of like the scorch brown or rhinox hide, and then just a couple of simple highlights with some gory red, and then that'll get a wash as well. So we're just going to give this guy one more dry brush. It looks like the null oil's pretty dry now, so essentially it's like dry brush, null oil, dry brush of the same color, which is a classic, you know, easy beginner technique, just to give the little edges a little bit more pop, and then you could basically call this Uruk finished if you wanted to. It's a very simple skin tone, very simple armor, just on all the pointy bits. We just want to brighten up that steel a little bit. But it doesn't matter that it's quite a black steel. They're Uruks. Their steel is pretty black. Avoiding that skin tone there, because that's quite wet. Oh, we do need to do the hair and leather, of course, on this one, but I mean, really, it's not a huge concern if you were just trying to get some models very quickly tabletop ready. There we go. There's a little bit of extra silver for our beginner scheme Uruk. I quite like doing this, actually, doing a little bit of like advanced and beginner sort of schemes. Very cool, very cool. Damien from the GBHL is bang on theme. He's getting his plastic Uruks primed and ready for his stream next week. So we've got all the Uruks coming to play. It's going to be very cool indeed. These guys are looking awesome. I am super happy with that. We were talking about how the edge highlighting might be too bright, but like now everything's drying and the skin's going down. I'm really liking that. So while we're doing skin, I'm going to grab my fine detail brush, and we're going to grab a little bit of white, and I'm just going to pick out the teeth in white, which you might be like, what? Uruk, I don't have clean teeth, you're an animal. But there's a method to my madness. We're going to be hitting them with some skeleton horde to grime them up, but we need to get a nice bright starting point. So I'm using white scar, but you could use anything. There's some teeth. I think this guy's got some teeth as well. Ooh, yes, just there's a couple there. His helmet comes down a little bit more, but I might have just painted the lip with a little bit of white there, so I'm just going to quickly clean that up with a tiny bit of any red that I can find here on the table. Beautiful. I'll wait for that white to dry, and then that will be some lovely mangy looking teeth. Alright, so now it's time to do our hair. Now the first thing we want to do is give that a decent base coat, because it's currently dry brush like crazy. So we're going to grab ourselves some charred brown, which is of course blocked as we established earlier. So I'll just put that over. But I'm actually just going to do the same scheme on the beginner and the advanced for the hair, because it's simple stuff really. Urukai hair, you don't have to go crazy with it. It's not super layered horse hair or anything. So we just need to get ourselves some rhinox hide or scorched brown in the Vallejo, or charred brown in the Vallejo, or scorched brown in the old GW. Looking good. Just a bit of hair there. We've got some hair on our our other compadre as well, our pikeman. Simple hair there. And we've got our other osier. She needs a bit of hair as well. Now I'm also going to do the leather at this point. I'm going to do that with this brown, just the charred brown, a nice dark brown. I don't want too much brown in this mix, so I am going to be washing this back with pure Nuln Oil quite heavily, because I quite like dark Uruk leathers rather than bright. I don't want sort of too much colour popping on the model. I'm just going to hit all the straps. There's straps running across their back underneath the hair, which is quite convenient because we're painted with the same colour. It's almost like I planned it. We've got the straps under the arms. Straps under the arms. There's the straps sort of on the shield as well, holding the hand underneath the shield. Just make sure you keep that brown off the chainmail. You don't want to have to redo that. That'd be a nightmare. Oh, and of course the straps on the back of the legs. And again, we want to keep that off the skin, but it's they've got nice raised detail on the strapping, so it's not particularly hard. Right, yes, now we're starting to get there. Let's jump in and do our pikeman, which is our other advanced scheme pose. We've got the two leather straps that run across the back of the waist, which is takes the main load of the front armor plate. And those kind of dangle down and go out over the legs there. Where else have we got strapping? Back of the legs, of course. Same as the other model. One of those is a little hard to reach because his calf is bent, so just be careful there that you don't get it on the skin. And a little bit here. And then of course we've got this huge big thing of leather hanging out the back, which is always the largest layer. You've got to make sure you get that, because of course it's going to be covered in silver from all your dry brushing. And here above the leg. Underneath the legs as well, you can make sure that the bulk of that is the leather colour. Oh yeah, we've got some of that continuing around the front too. And then a tiny little bit of strap there that's visible, and then that's basically it. So that is all our brown down. Now for our tone over here, we've got a lot more brown in this skin tone rather than red in this beginner tone. So we'll come back to that and we'll hit that with more of a blacky grey scheme. But let's continue on with our leather work on here and our hair work. So to give the hair a point of difference to the leather, because they're both started, we're going to take the hair one step further and just give that a light dry brush with a lighter brown. We're going to use something I quite like, either tan or earth from Vallejo. I'm just going to grab those. One sec. Here is earth, which may be a little light, but maybe not in the end. That could be good. So I'm just going to grab my dry brushing brush again. Just load a little bit of that up. It's sort of like on the way to khaki, but not khaki yet. And it just gives them quite a subtle highlight. It might seem a little yellow and bright, but we will of course knock it back. It's almost like a sandy kind of brown. Beautiful. That looks great. And then with that leather, all we'd need to do is Nuln Oil all of the leather and the hair, and then, you know, we're getting really, really close. So while I'll just wait for that hair layer to dry, and we'll leap back to doing the leather and strapping on our beginner Uruk. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab let's grab my darkest grey. which is probably Storm Vermin Fur. Yeah, we'll go for Storm Vermin Fur. Okay, the chat is exploding. What on earth is going on over here? Alright, so let's go and let's have a look at what you guys are chatting about. Bits and Bolts has dropped an old joke in the chat here. They say it's called 40k because that's how much money you need to get into it. A classic, a classic. MESBG is just as expensive these days, but 40k is still worse. Yeah, I mean, look, Middle Earth has certainly gotten a bit pricier over the years than back in the old days, but of course we have to remember the old days, there were thousands and thousands of people buying it, and it was priced for that mass production point for, you know, basically getting a whole new generation into wargaming. So it was certainly a little bit cheaper, and of course it's been 20 years, so there is going to be some inflation. I do, of course, remember the days of 35 Australian dollars for 24 warriors, and they were a golden time, but that was definitely not a sustainable price point. And that was very much to rope us all in as young lads and lasses, and now we're all keen and back to, you know, profitable margins. McGregor says he's studying history. His thesis is about exploring British security coordination during World War II. That is awesome. And a stroller they used to attempt to get the United States to enter the war. That is cool, dude. That's wicked. We've got Bits and Bolts says he's considered getting some Iron Hills, but they are a bit pricier, of course, because they're Forge World. Dude, I never wanted to play Iron Hills, but I played against them the other day in a narrative scenario, and I was filming some, like, editing the intro with that and watching the Battle of the Five Armies sequence, and they're pretty cool. And I do love Master of Battle; it's pretty fun. But we'll see. Maybe one day. It's a lot. I got too many armies to do in the meantime. We've got Darren McWilliams. Sorry I joined late. Must have missed the alert. Yeah, I don't know what it is with these alerts. Make sure you guys have got all the bell notifications clicked. But yeah, sometimes I do try and do a post. I meant to do a post on the Zorpazorp Facebook page, but again, I forgot. Anyway, if someone wants to jump on the Zorpazorp Facebook page and share the link, they're more than welcome to. So we've got here, Letty Warcraft says, hello, painting can be okay with a yellow-white. Look, it can. I prefer to paint under a white light because it's more neutral. The yellow, you can sort of be a little bit... It adds a little bit of a tint to what you're painting. So I prefer a yellow, which is more, a white, which is more blue than yellow. But you know, paint under whatever you've got, man. If it's bright, that's the important thing, because you don't want to be hurting your eyes. But yeah, we've got. Oh my God, Chris said he got hit by a truck yesterday. Oh my God, dude. Whoa. Hope you're okay. That's pretty serious. I hope that's, I hope you're okay, man. Just got mild whiplash. I'm hoping you were in a car when you got hit by the truck. Presumably if you got whiplash. But yeah, that's a huge dick around. That's annoying. I hope everything's okay and everything's not too damaged and you're okay. But he says this community makes him feel more involved than any other I've been a part of. Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Middle Earth community is absolutely mental. Absolutely mental. JW says, joined late but was playing Age of Empires 2. That is, of course, the greatest excuse for joining late ever. AoE 2 is like my entire childhood. Love that game. I still smash through Age of Kings pretty regularly. It's awesome. We actually, when I was at uni studying engineering, with... let's see, have I had any of the engineering boys on the channel? Of course, Josh. You guys might remember Josh from the Kill Team series. He'll be back too at some point. As well as if any of you guys have ever gamed with us in the Zorpazorp clan, which you guys might not even know about, but we play video games. I just haven't for a long time because of, you know, baby daughter. We all used to LAN AoE 2 and we'd like charge up our laptops and we used to commute like an hour and a half on the train every day. There was like 6 of us. And so we'd take Ethernet hubs and plug into the power on the train and run like a massive, like, you know, 4, 5, 6 player game when we were training back and forth, and do the old AoE 2 and just put like full resources on because we only had an hour and a half to play and just try and rush each other or comp stomp. It was very fun. Okay, cool. So you were in your car, and your car is totaled. Well, that sucks, dude. But at least you're safe and not too badly injured. That's the important thing. I'm glad. I'm glad you're enjoying the videos, man. I really love it when we hear that we've gotten people back into the hobby. That's one of the best things. The best comments ever is I play this game because I watch these videos. That makes me, get a real trip. I love that. We've got Doverfett says his current Middle Earth project is converting 6 Roman cav to mounted royal guard. That's an awesome way to do it. Would love to do that. Make sure you throw some photos up on the Facebook page. That is super cool. I've got to add the Facebook page to the description, the auto description on my videos. I keep forgetting to do that. Yeah, the battle report. That should have. That's the Edoras battle report. That was a good one. We should have some big sieges coming too in future weeks. Let's have a look at how these guys are going. Okay, so we're gonna do this Storm Vermin Grey. That's what we're gonna do. So we're just picking out all the leather, just like we did on the other models. But this is just an easier way to do it for our scheme that uses a little bit more brown on the skin tone. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm not going to over highlight this. I'm not going to, fully layer it. I'm just going to highlight and pick on all the regions that should be, leather, that have got some silver on them. So that way it's still a bit darker because it's got, that black coming through at the underlayer. But it gets rid of the silver that shouldn't be there. Is that metal? I don't know if that's steel. Let's have a look at another model. I cannot tell if that is meant to be steel or not. I think it's meant to be armor. Not leather. I suppose it's all armor. So we're picking out our straps. And we're picking out all of our sort of cloth-ish fabric, but I mean it's not really. It's more of a leather. So that's brought more of a grey in, and then we'll wash that back with Null oil when that dries. So let's jump back to our other 2 lads. And now it's time for some Null oil on these gentlemen across all of the brown. Oh man, this is absolutely sick. Every time I paint something on this stream, it makes me want to start the army. I want to pay an Uruk-hai now. I wanted to play. Get into. I love painting Frodo. I love painting the Elves, such that I started planning a Rivendell army. It's bloody dangerous. All right, so we want to hit the hair with Null oil. It just helps with the recessed detail between all the different hair fibers. Also darkens it up a bit. We also want to hit all of the leather with Null oil, and also it doesn't matter if you get it on the chainmail. Again, it just helps the recessed detail a little bit more, which is probably totally fine. So all of that leather, we'll brown that up. Brown that strap, brown that strap, and brown all the leather. Cool, you want to make sure we keep it off the skin, because of course I forgot, we haven't done the Reikland flesh shade, so we do need to go back and do that. We'll do that in just a sec. Alright, we'll get that brown down over the hair. I really like that hair look, that's awesome. All over the fabric there. All right. Fantastic, that's that done. Now I'm going to grab my Reikland flesh shade and I'm going to put that down all over the red. This is a darkening tone, it's a browning tone, so it'll take us a little bit away from the bright red we've got now, but still very much keep it in that fleshy space. And it'll just help our highlights as well. Technically, you probably shouldn't highlight this, do this layer just after your Null oil, because they may bleed together a little bit, but I mean, at the end of the day, Null oil is basically shadows, so I don't really care. It's just going to make it more darkening. Alright, back of the calves, back of the elbows. Beautiful. It's very subtle, this, right? It's basically a tint. It's basically a tint. What you do want to make sure, of course, is that your wet blended layers are fully dry. Because otherwise this shade will just undo that and it'll all mix together like soup. Alright, that's the reds done. Let's think of more layers we can do while we wait for stuff to dry. The next one is going to be our Skeleton Horde contrast paint. Is going to go down over the top of our little white teeth. Our little toothy pegs. Just to give them a bony, kind of grimy aesthetic. So that's just in there. Want it pretty reasonably thick because we want it to actually tone it. And on this fellow as well. Very nice. Alright, we need to do the pike shaft. Because that should be black. And it's just gotten a bit messed up. So I'll just grab my... you know what? We can probably just null oil it. Yeah, I think we will. I think we'll just hit the shaft with a bit of null oil. Because it's still got a little bit of that brassy silver there from my dry brush, which I quite like. So we'll just null oil that just to darken it a touch. Then that puts it back into that sort of black pike shaft, because it is black and steel. It's a pike, you know. It's not. I don't actually think they're meant to be timber. I think they're meant to be steel. But I mean, you can do whatever you want, really. I'm gonna hit the head of the pike again as well. Well, 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 I think we might be there. Let's have a look. That is some mighty fine Uruks. They're looking fantastic. Alright, check out these guys. These are our sort of pro job Uruks, quote unquote pro. Our more advanced Uruks, we'll say. They're looking pretty cool. I'm gonna switch to stream view. Let's have a look and see how close. I'm going to do them one at a time, otherwise it's going to be a disaster. See how close I can get these guys for you. So there we go. We can sort of see how that's looking. I really like the skin tone. I love the hair. Obviously it's wet, so I'll give you guys another look when it's all dry. Looking good. Here's our pike bearer. Fantastic. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Now this is our more simple scheme. He just needs his null oil on the cloth, which we'll do now, because that'll be dry. And then the models themselves are painting, and then we're just going to have a quick chat about basing. And we're all done, so null oil on that. I think I null oiled the hair already. Just give it one more. Null oil on all the cloth. I'll hit the chainmail a little bit again. Null oil the cloth. Null oil the cloth. There's not actually a lot of cloth in this particular one. Beautiful. So we can see the difference in the effect between, you know, just the straight silver versus the griming it up and edge highlighting. It is a very different look. I personally prefer the sort of more advanced one, but they're, you know, it's pretty cool to be able to smash out a simple, easy one. Oh, he still needs... Oh no, he's got his skeleton on, he's all good. So there we have it, guys. That is our painting done. Now, in terms of basing, we're actually, I'm not going to sort of paint or dip or do anything crazy complicated. What I will do is show you guys some basing options that I would have and I would do if my pin vise was working, but I literally snapped my drill bit last night, which was awesome. So I will be off to the shop to buy a new drill bit replacement. So I'll go and bring you those bases and show you those guys in just a sec. And then what we're going to do is swing on over into Hill Land. So let's have a little look at our guide. We've got our 3 completed Uruk-hai there. Oh, hang on a minute. Everybody calm down. Completed Uruk-hai, he says. Completed Uruk-hai? I haven't painted the white hand on the armor. Let's calm right down. Oh, look, some of you guys have even noticed that on the chat. Very naughty. Very naughty. Alright, let's get ourselves on some white hand action. This is going to be hilarious. Okay, so we're going to freehand a little white hand. And I am going to go... I'm going to go on the helmet to start, which is just a little white hand. I'm going to grab some white scar, and we're going to start. I'm going to practice this once on my nail, because we want, you know, something to that effect. I know the thumb would go on the left, because it would be Saruman's right hand. So let's go, let's just chuck a little dot down, and we'll see how we go. do want to keep these pretty thin. So I'm doing fingers first, which might be a mistake because it might distort my perspective. I think we're okay. Fine detail brush is obviously key. That was pretty bad. And I'm slowly filling out the palm. Got a little bit too much paint there, so I'll thin that out. That is, of course, part of the beauty of this whole thing, is that it doesn't matter if they look particularly rubbish, because, you know, it's like dodgy paint. So let's start with the palm. Get a decent shaped palm that we're happy with. That's pretty good. Because what you got to remember is these should actually be pretty small, because it's the hand of like another Uruk that's doing this, right? Probably a little bigger than that because of the size of the palm that I've done, so I'll probably need to make those fingers just a little bit taller and wider. But again, it doesn't matter if they look a bit crap, because like they're literally dodgy paint jobs being done by other orcs. Yeah, we'll do one on the chest of this guy, that'd be pretty cool. Dude, I think the trick is to just do it quickly. You just go bang, 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 and then you get like a kind of cool, sloppy, messy hand. Might just bulk that out just a tiny bit. I like the palm size. Just want a little bit more saturation on the white paint on those fingers. There we go, we've got a little white hand there on his chest. We've got a white hand on this dude's helmet, a white hand on this dude's shield. And we'll do one on our beginner one as well. Let's do another shield one. That was fun. Down a little. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. I really liked that one on the chest. I thought that looked awesome. Just do a little palm there. Alright, not bad for having not practiced that at all and almost completely forgetting about it. So, I guess my trick would be it looks quite decent if you if the palm isn't like a square, if it's like a bit tapered and thinner at the bottom. I think it looks good if the palm is sort of like you're kind of getting this bit of the palm. Looks quite good because it draws your eye into the rest of the fingers. That's a great example of that. It's probably one of my better ones. But yeah, that's a really cool little thing. That's good fun. Well, you can just leave it white. You could like wash it with Null oil to make it look a little bit more blended or whatever, but I think it looks awesome. It's literally meant to be paint on armor, and that's what that looks like. So there we have it, guys. Painted Uruk-hai hands. Very cool. That was good fun. That was good fun. Okay, cool. Let me just check what you guys are saying in the chat. Start with the palm, then thumb, then fingers. Yeah, that's the way to do it. I prefer palm first. Yeah, that's the way to go, I think. And then you have a gap within the palm and the fingers. Absolutely. So the color of paint that I'm using there was white scar. So that's a layer paint. So it is a little bit thinner, which allows it to paint easy without thinning it on your wet palette. And it means that, you know, a little bit of the silver comes through. It's not fully crazy thick paint. Ceramite white, I think it's... Did I just lie to you? No, it is a layer. It is white scar. Cool. Alright, so that's a blue label on the pot, so it's a white scar layer paint. Yes, James Palmer guessed it. Guessed it well. Yeah, ceramite white would also do fine. Yeah, honestly, just use a white paint. It's definitely not an issue. You don't have to be particularly worried about that one. So, it is now time. We have painted up our Uruks. I'm going to go grab our basing stuff, and then we're also going to get ready for our hill. So let's have a quick look at our BGMIE. That's Battle Games of Middle Earth, for those not paying attention. I guess it would be BGIMEL. The Begamel. It's live stream. Anyway, I'll be quiet. We've got some lovely little suggestions in the guide here of how to make a hill with our polystyrene and our all sorts of things. Ours is going to be a little bit more fancy than this, but it's going to be very fun nonetheless. So I'm going to go and grab all of those materials. I will be back with you guys very shortly, and we're going to get into making some scenery and give our lovely elven archers some elevator positions from which to shoot down our poor Uruk soldiers trying to get to Rohan. Okie dokie. Well, this just got bigger than Ben-Hur. Sorry, I was gone a little while. I just kept on grabbing things down in the workshop, and we're gonna make a pretty cool hill, basically. This is an example of like one of my kind of first additions, my first attempts at making a hill ages ago. We're gonna make something slightly similar, but on a smaller scale. Something with a little bit of elevation, a little bit of cliff work. Really, really simple that you guys can do at home. There's no, Woodland Scenics rock molds. It's all just gonna be foam, a bit of paint, a bit of flock, and it's gonna be pretty cool. I'm just going to jump back into the chat for you guys. Okay, 66. I lost like 20 of you while I was ticking around downstairs, but it's going to be a way better tutorial now, and it's still going to be really quick, but it's going to be pretty cool. I'll take you through all the steps, and we're going to make a sweet, sweet, sweet little hill. Now, what on earth has been happening in this chat while I'm gone? Usually it just degenerates into utter madness. Everyone's saying hello. Excellent. That's correct, Darren McWilliams. It's not just a still image, it is actually an animation of the waterfalls moving and stuff. Oh my god. You guys have been doing all sorts of naughty stuff. Okay, don't forget the rocks. Don't worry, we will be doing some rocks. We will absolutely be doing some rocks. I've only seen these on YouTube with no comments, and I was ready to try and skip this screen and almost skip the video. Well, I'm glad you stayed. I hope we have a moderator present. I should nominate someone in my absence. But no, this is gonna be a cool little tutorial. So I'm just gonna whiz you through the steps. Before we do, actually, let's talk about basing for our Uruk-hai. 1 second. What did I do with them? So these Uruk-hai, what I'm going to be basing them in is I'm going to be using the Horselord Prairie bases that you can buy over at Zorpazorp.com, and then painting them up very similar to the way that I painted the Goblin bases in livestream number 1, but instead add a little bit more brown into that mix. And then I've just come along and grabbed a 6mm tuft, which you can also get from my online store, and just thrown that on just to kind of add that little element. And if you wanted to, you could put on some other grass as well. So essentially what we do now is we just cut the Uruk-hai off their bases, and then we will cut them off at the feet. That's not one we painted, doesn't matter. And then you pin them and glue them down to the bases, and they just look absolutely awesome. So we've already done that a little bit in the Goblin, so I'm not going to show you that again, but I'll show you next week once they're all pinned and painted, and you can see how awesome they look sitting on their rocks. So if you guys are interested in getting some of those bases for yourself, just head over to my online store, link down in the description. We post all over the world. Some of our international shipping is a little bit more expensive because we live in Australia, and unfortunately we're just so far away. But the bases are really light, so you can actually order like quite a few packets for one postage cost, and then you'll be able to put together with your friends or whatever. So that's there if you guys are keen. We also have wicked mountain fortress ones, which are good for like Helm's Deep or Minas Tirith or any kind of cobblestone or flagstone. So I don't have to say it 50 times, basically every material pretty much that we'll be working with during this tutorial you can buy from my online store. It's just like another great way of supporting the channel that you can get involved with, and you also get amazing quality terrain supplies at like really good prices. It's all the Geek Gaming Scenic range, which has kind of been created by Luke's APS, and he's a fantastic scenic maker, and it's just an amazing range of stuff, and it is all going to be it just all looks really good, and it's a great way to support the channel if you want to do that. So let's jump into our wonderful hill. Before we do, MJ Phillips asks, I woke up finally, what on earth did we paint? Yeah, aren't you in New Zealand, MJ? Isn't it like 12 o'clock or 1 a.m? You sleeper innerer. We painted up some Uruks today. I can show you them real quick. He says, unable to find them. There they are. Alright, got them. Whoop. Here are our boys from today, or at least a couple of them. We've got the white hands of Uruksness and Saruman all over that beautiful grimy armor, so they came up really well. They look even better as they dry. So, everyone, yeah, let's jump into doing our hills. Just an answer to that question, we do ship to Canada. It's just a little bit more, the postage might be a little bit expensive, but if you can find the right amount of weight, it can be quite worthwhile. I do sell stuff to Canada pretty regularly. Just sent over a huge bring back Goldie, a huge order of bases to some lad in Canada who's doing a Helm's, I think it was an Uruk-hai army, or no, Dunland, it was a big Dunland horde. So we do ship to Canada, if you can find the right price point for the postage. It's not too bad. I mean, in Australia, we're just used to paying for postage. I know a lot of the guys around the world, particularly the Americans, you guys often get free postage on stuff, so it's a bit of a hard pill to swallow, and I totally respect that. So, let's jump into preparing for our hill. So, what do we need to make a hill like this? Well, obviously, we're going to start with some foam. So this is all just extruded polystyrene, which is, you know, you can tell there's none of that sort of the white bubbles. It's not aerated poly. In fact, if we have a look in the guide, you can see that they're actually using aerated polystyrene, which is like the classic polystyrene that, you know, you get in like packaging and all around the house and all that kind of stuff. It's garbage for making terrain. You can make it work, but it's awful. It sucks. Whereas this stuff is fantastic, because when you carve into it, there's no rocky texture. In fact, you finish up with a texture like this, which can look quite rocky. It's pretty solid, actually. So we are going to be doing a lovely little hill. We're just going to do a small hill today, nothing this big, so it doesn't take us forever. And we're only going to do it low with a little bit of rock facing. So our first thing to do is to shape and carve the hill. Then we're going to give it a quick paint, and then we'll flock it up. We'll static grass it. We actually are going to be using a combination of flocks and static grass. I have just got a lot more adventurous, and I'm going to teach you guys a little advanced technique to make that stuff look absolutely awesome. And you're going to have some hills that are really going to pop. So just for reference, someone is asking who is Goldie. This is Goldie. It's just an Uruk-hai I accidentally showed on the screen, who is unpainted and was a test model. He shall now not be painted and forever known as Goldie. All right. Let's jump on in. Oh, Melbourne. Sorry, MJ. Okay, well, that's, you know, that's sleeping until 10:30. That's more forgivable. I forgot you're a Melbourne boy. It's too many of you. I can't remember where you all live. Alright, so the first step is to shape. So what I'm going to do, you'll notice I've got a brilliant system here. Whoop. I have a bit of paper down, which means every time we move a new step, I can just pick up the piece of paper, throw it in the bin, and get the new paper. So I'm going to be able to not even make too much of a mess, because this is messy work. Tool number 1. Tool number 2. These are going to be the bread and butter of our carving process. What I'm going to do is... oh dear. Everyone is obsessed with Goldie now. Looks like we have another Clubby the Troll going down. Or Terry the Troll. Sorry, Clubby the Troll is my troll. I'm going to put the paper to the side for now. Now, during this process, not so much the carving with blade, but when we get to the sandpaper, it's absolutely important that we're using a quality respirator and safety glasses. We'll come back to that later. But for now, let's just start getting in and using our shape. I think we'll jump on this one. It's a little bit bigger. We're just going to be making a small heel here. So I'm just going to. I would usually do this with a pencil. We can just scratch it in. Let's just round this off. And then we'll have this as like a jagged cliff edge to like there, and then we'll sand down that. So what we're going to do first is we're just going to just kind of take as many chunks. Oh yeah, excellent work, Rocky. Take as many chunks as we can. Oh yeah, not even a sharp knife. This is going to be a fun cutting exercise. Change my blade. This is really not cooperating. There we go. Alright. So we're going to just essentially take chunks and chunks of this off. We want to kind of get rid of the shape of the corner. And just start to get like the bulk of it off. And then we're going to like smooth it out with the sandpaper in time. This is why I'm doing a small hill, because I don't feel like you guys want to watch me cutting foam for like 30 minutes. Yeah, that's the general idea. Yeah, see what I mean? Now I can just pick that all up and put it in the bin. Oh, I'm a genius. I just saw the butcher's paper down there and was like, aha! Beautiful, and then we'll probably make our rocky facade like that. So let's take a little bit more of this off. That's the end of our rocky facade in there. Then I want to taper all of this down as well. So always cutting away from yourself, as in the exact opposite of what I just did. So it doesn't matter if some parts are steep, but you obviously want bits to be, units need to be able to walk up it. So if that's our kind of general shape, we'll smooth that out in a second. Let's do our cliffs. Now, the cliffs are really great because you can just like dig in. It's a really easy way to make cliffs. Just dig your blade in and take chunks out. You know what, we might. And I'm not really caring about what this looks like at this point. I'm just kind of hacking until I've got like the amount of material that I want removed. That's a pretty good little simple cliff. So that's our outline. And now what we're going to do is come in and like really kind of detail this cliff. You can use your fingers. We want to like get in here, rip some bits out, push some bits in. Really just go to town. Do some sort of small lines, just make some really interesting little formations. Of course, you could do this with a hot wire cutter, right? But this is we're all about doing it the simple way. Not everyone has a hot wire cutter at home, or a Proxen, or anything like that. So you can take nicks out of the top and the bottom, so that you get different kind of. It doesn't have to all be like a straight line. This is great, actually. Someone asked me on a comment the other day to do a tutorial on how I make my hills, and I was like, I'm not really going to have time for that for ages, but that's the great thing about these live streams. They really kind of promote jumping in and doing different stuff. So just by grabbing that flat blade and flicking it about, so you can do some crazier stuff and take kind of more of an angular chunk out of something there. That's looking pretty cool. Getting some really interesting textures there. Take some more kind of rocky surface out of this little sloping area, so it's more rock than grass. And then you just grab your thumb and sort of peel it all out, and then it's kind of, got a bit more of a texture than just that sort of flat stuff. Just grab a bit of that. That's looking awesome. See, this piece of rock is starting to sort of fall away. So that's the general idea, right? You guys get that. We're starting to shape a bit of a cool cliffside there. Let's grab a little bit. We need to take some more of this off. And I'm just going to continue the cliff around here a little bit more. And then we'll start to bevel this down. I might even curve that in a bit so it's not so obvious that there was a straight line there. Now we just want to take a lot of this bulk off. Create more of, sort of flat, standable surface. We don't want any of that really steep gradient there. That's getting better. That's getting better. Lose the steep gradient. We want models to be able to stand. Particularly those pesky top-heavy metal models that always fall. Alright, that is getting there. Doesn't have to be uniform. That's, obviously everything's a bit undulated in nature. And then I don't want this top surface to be perfectly flat, so it's obvious that I've carved it from a block. So I'm just going to hack a little bit of that away. And then that, can make a bit of an outcrop there. Cool. Alright, so that's stage one. Stage one of our carving. And then what we're going to do is we're going to throw on the respirator, and I'm going to bring in my sandpaper, and I'm just going to smooth that all over just on the flat section, just a little bit, just to make it nice and graduated and just, a little bit more natural. I've lost a little chunk there, so I'll just bring that around. I do kind of want that to be relatively smooth. Yeah, that looks good. That was good. All right. Just going to throw my respirator on, so I won't talk for 1 second. Alright, I imagine you guys can't hear me at all. And there we have our little cliff, guys. That's going to be quite a dope little process. Now, there are a couple of options that we have here. The first thing you've got to decide is, do you want it to be a completely grassed-in hill, or do you want it to be half dirt, half grass? I'm just going to do it all grass for the sake of simplicity. But what I would now do is, if I was going to show any of this as like a rocky texture, is I would put down some stone finish or textured paint. But I'm not going to do that today because, namely, the texture paint has been left downstairs. And then we can just show you, focus on showing you some cool grassing techniques. So now what we're going to do is just give this a paint. Now again, we've got two options. Normally, I would just hit this with a spray paint that is foam safe. This is the Spring Pro Florist Spray. So the thing to do, from Holland, the thing to do is use floral spray paints, because essentially what this is it's a special type of spray paint that doesn't have like a normal paint with accelerant in it. It has it sprays really microfibers that attach and almost coat stuff in a powder that is wet, that then dries and leaves the pigment. So it doesn't damage foam because it doesn't have any of the accelerants that eat away at polystyrene. So it's awesome. The catch is, if you breathe it in, you will die. So don't do that. You need to wear vapor grade filters when you're using these kinds of spray paints, because they're really carcinogenic, because of course they're just tiny microparticles. If you breathe that in, that'll get in your lungs, and then over time, you know, that can turn into cancer and stuff. So it's really toxic. Yeah, I mean, it's toxic not in the fact that it's poisonous, but just in the fact that it's so bad for your lungs. So that's what I'd normally do, but I don't want to duck outside and spray that and then wait for that to dry. So we are going to use the cheap and easy old school method, which you can all use if you don't have floral spray paints at home, which is just painting the bloody thing brown. Brown paint. And a brush. Takes a little bit longer, but it does the job just as effectively. I'm going to throw down another piece of paper, actually. Boom! The system's working beautifully already. My focus probably tripped out while nothing was there, but that's fine. So let's jump in and throw down a bit of paint. Oh, someone's tagged me. Let me look at that. Where do you get the foam from in Australia? I don't actually... sorry, I should specify. I don't sell the foam on the online store. I just buy this from Bunnings. In Australia, so nice and easy to find. It's only in certain hardware stores, and you'll usually find it. Sorry, in Australia, it's only in some of the Bunnings. You usually go to the bigger ones, and you need to find the insulation aisle, or it's in the lumber yard, which is sort of where all this extruded kind of polystyrene stuff is. So I'm literally just going to dump paint on the thing, because we don't care. This is just crappy craft paint and crappy foam, and we're just going to cover this thing in paint. You know what? It ain't even going to be that much slower, is it? That's pretty quick. So I just want to get an even coat of paint everywhere so we can't see any orange, particularly in the recesses in case like the foam doesn't get in there. We want the cliffs to go brown as well. We'll make them, you know, we'll do the classic grey dry brush look, of course, but we'll grey them up first. Now you'll notice anywhere that's shiny doesn't really take the paint all that well. That's okay. Luckily there's only like one or two of those shinier areas. I just want paint everywhere. It doesn't matter if you leave, you know, brush marks or texture. It's just about making sure there's no orange shining through underneath our grass layers. It allows us to, you know, not have to apply the grass so thickly. It lets some of the dirt come through, which gives them a little bit of extra kind of color and flavor. It's good stuff. I'm gonna just have to get paint on my fingers now. That's what's gonna have to happen. Alright. So that's dry. I mean, that's painted. We'll now have to wait for it to dry, which won't take long because I will go and grab my heat gun. But before we do that, you know what? Let's go a little crazy. let's wet blend just a tiny bit of yellow. It's probably a little. Just gonna pop just a little bit of yellow paint on, just to like add a little bit of something different underneath the brown. So, because you know, obviously ground isn't a uniform color. Did I bring my green up? I did. I'm gonna do the same with this dark green here. Just gonna add some random bits of color through the brown, just to help kind of establish a real mottled tone underneath. And I'm even gonna, I've got a few little bits here that I've missed on these rocks, so I'm gonna do that on them as well, because it doesn't matter if there's a bit of green on the rock. I mean, that's kind of like moss and sort of a bit of leopard painting. That yellow's a little too strong. I'll push that back. So there we go. So that is now going to dry. We'll get our heat gun and dry that in a sec so that we can start cracking on really quickly. But then what we're going to do is, first what we're going to do is prepare our surface and prepare our materials. So we're going to get some PVA, because that's what's going to be going down next. Oh, that might need a shake by the looks of it. Quite a while. There we go, that's looking better. I say make it yellow gold. Oh well, I mean, if it's gonna be Goldie's Hill, here we go. We'll put a big splodge of yellow just for Goldie, somewhere he can stand. And then I'll cover it all with green. You happy? Look what you made me do, you animals. Alright, so we've got our PVA. What we're going to do next is we're going to apply essentially like a kind of three-phase layering for the flocking. So I've got myself here a couple of different flocks. This is my just my green blend. And that's really fine, and that's this flock that has been sieved out to get all the fine stuff, and then this is the rough stuff. So I'll kind of put this everywhere, and then put a bit of this down over the top, and just do sort of a bit of mixes of flocks. And then, in fact, I'll leave these lids off so that you guys can see sort of the whole color profile of what we're going to be creating. And then I've also got a few 6mm grass tufts that I'm going to put down just in a few select places. In fact, we might even get wild meadow to bring a little bit of yellow into the scheme. And then, once that's all down, we're going to apply some static grass in select regions around the place, which is going to look absolutely awesome. But the first thing we need to do is finish painting the cliffs. Because, of course, if we put all this flock down, then we're going to have to be painting the cliffs underneath. So what we're going to do is grab ourselves a little graduated grey scheme before we dive into that painting land. So I've got myself some grey here. Oh, again, which needs a shake, because it's been a while since I used that. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, for the interest of saving time, put yellow all through the lid, which is really good. Let's just start getting some grey. Yep, that's going really grey. Fresh brush time. Just sort of blend all of these grey colours together. We're doing this so quick and dirty so that it doesn't take 20 years, but you guys are getting the idea. Alright, that's a good little basis for our grey, and then what we'll do is we'll mix up a couple of grey sub-colours by mixing together just some grey and white and do a bit of dry brushing, but I'm just going to grab my heat gun so that we can dry this nice and quickly. I'll be just a second. want to get stuff done, fast, get yourself a heat gun, because it's going to save your drying times, like, hugely. What we're going to do, though, is we're going to move all the flammable stuff away. We don't want to accidentally set any paint on fire. And I'm just going to grab a little tissue. And just in the interest of drying time, I mean, we're kind of getting there already, I'm just going to take off a bit of this excess paint, just to stop that from drying so quickly. It's actually turning into a really interesting cliff color. Also, this is creating a really interesting texture. That's looking really cool. I might just touch up that top section. This is a great thing about just mixing colors as you're painting on stuff. It really creates some cool natural blends. So I might just mute my, I might just turn my microphone input volume down for a sec so you guys aren't deafened by the heat gun. But essentially what I'm going to be doing is heating, drying the paint, right? It's basically like a over-glorified hairdryer. Let me just pull down this mic volume. I think that... Alright, so you can see that is like basically dry except in the recesses. So heat guns, you know, that probably just saved us like 20 minutes. And now what we're going to do is just really, really dodgily and lazily mix up some paint. I'm literally just going to use this bit of paper as some palette. And we're going to mix up some greys. We'll go a little darker than that to start with. Alright, we might still go a little darker again. Alright, and then we'll grab some, okay, we'll just use this bit here. And obviously what we're going to do is just a dry brush. There's a lot of paint in this brush. I'm going to take most of that paint off. We just want to do a really, really subtle dry brush across all this. Still too much paint on that. This is going to be our mid-tone, so this one can afford to have a little bit in it. So that's leaving all that kind of murky brown grey in the recesses, and then mostly getting that grey tone. And we can have a little bit of this mixed in with the brown, that's no big deal. There'll be a little bit of rocky elements there. Cool, that's dry brush number one. Then what we're going to do is just grab a bit more white. Mix that in the same spot. That was way too much white. Mix that in. Get ourselves a little bit of a lighter tone. Oh, I've just used my white brush, so this will... Yeah, no, that's perfect, that's going to work. And then we're just going to do a really light dusting just across the rocky surfaces. Like this is, you know, super, super basic. Grey cliffs, brown and green dirt. It's nothing particularly sophisticated. But it's good enough for our little cliff. That's going to be perfect. A nice, simple cliff. So let's clear off all this paint stuff. I'm going to bail away the grey, the white. And I'm going to get rid of that one as well, and all my dirty brushes. We're not going to need those now. wash those up immediately. Or, you know, whenever the stream finishes. Dry that shit. Alright, so here we have our beautiful little hill with Goldie's little place to stand. Looking absolutely amazing. I'm gonna blend that, you know what? I'm just gonna... Oh no, I ruined it! It's green on the brush. That's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. Sorry. It'll do. There's still a bit of gold there. Alright, so, we have our cliff. This is obviously looking a little bit nicer than this stuff, but that doesn't matter because that's all gonna get covered. So now what we're gonna do is get into our flocking. I'm just gonna turn this over. So, first thing I'm gonna do is grab myself a brush. Wildly optimistic on how much brushes I wouldn't use, but that's fine. I'm going to apply PBA all over, basically anywhere where I want flock to be, which in this particular build is just going to be everywhere. So this is just normal PBA this time, as opposed to like the weld bond I used last time. So this will take like, you know, quite a while to dry, but I'm not particularly worried about that. This isn't a fast drying PBA, but that's okay. And I'm still going to cover all this top area because I want the flock and the grass to be coming like, you know, right up across the top of the cliffs and stuff. All right, beautiful. Got some PBA down. And now it is as simple as grabbing our flock and just sprinkling it on. Now we want to work one color at a time to a certain extent so that it's easier to sort of dust and save and like tip it back in. I'm actually just going to get an entire fresh thing now that that's glued. Because there's no kind of paint or glue on this, it's going to allow us to like reset and save any flock. So what we want to do is just literally, you could sieve it, I'm not going to, I'm just going to chuck it like this, like an animal. You should be able to see that. Beautiful, it's a lot of green on there. Tapping the excess off, yeah, that's looking pretty good. That's like sort of most of our workhorse layer. I might put it a little thicker in some areas. You could absolutely be combining different colors of flock. I'm just keeping it nice and simple for us today. We're doing enough in terms of all the different bits and pieces that we're trying. Now this is the advantage of this, right? Because now I can just go and Jacob from Melbourne should look at this, because I walked into his garage a couple of weeks ago and he had just flock all over the floor. It was a mess. So much wasted flock. There we go. No flock wasted there. And we'll throw this guy back down. We'll close up this flock. Gonna bring back our cliffs. Gonna throw a little bit of this stuff around. And this stuff is quite clumpy, so I'm gonna sort of jam this on in places. Now it's not all going to stay on there, it's going to fall off, but that's okay, because what you're doing is sort of just creating a secondary texture by combining this all. This is all the little shrubbery and all the little clover that's underneath the fine turf. So it's all about just creating a kind of mix of textures. Doesn't matter if a lot of it falls off, it really doesn't. Alright, look at that. Beautiful. Now we're really getting somewhere. We've got a little bit more life in there. Alright, I'm just going to tip all of this back into my little tub, just as we showed. No wasted flock on this channel. I don't think so. Oh, there we go. No wasted flock, he says, as he wastes all the flock. Alright, that's most of it. You guys get the idea. I'll just grab this bit as well. Alright. So, a few little things left. I think I do quite like how green this is going, so I'm going to stick with the spring tufts. I'm going to grab myself some Weld Bond, which is my stronger kind of bonding PVA. But you could just use normal PVA. I just, because I'm adding small loose elements, I don't want them to like disappear. So I'm going to just use my Weld Bond so that it dries nice and fast. I'm going to grab some 6mm tufts. I'm just going to put them sort of indiscriminately, but particularly along the tops of the cliffs. You could use 6, you could use 10. I think I'm going to be happy with 6. Just the odd one, so you can't just chuck them down like that. But what I really like to do is just rip them up. Get even smaller little weird clumps. This hill is going to look so cool. Get even smaller weird clumps, jam them in there. This green on green, they're getting a little lost. It might be useful to bring in, we could bring in like a different tuft colour. Grab some wild meadow or some of the summer tufts, or a few of the different tufts. In fact, we might do that. Let's have a think. I'll grab some wild meadow tufts. I also want to have a look now. We can see this is, that's my turf, we don't want that. I'm thinking static grass wise, we can start to see this is pretty green. If I just grab this clump of static grass, I think it'll blend a little bit, but it's got enough yellow in it that it's going to pop and look different. And of course it's a very different texture. So I think I'm happy enough with this. So I'll keep this grass. But what I will do is just grab, maybe if I just keep the tufts around the top edge, we'll be okay. You guys get the idea anyway. It doesn't have to be utterly perfect. We could use a couple of different colours of tufts in different spots, just to sort of accent here and there. So I'm just going to rip this tuft up. I'm focusing on the tufts around the cliffs, because that's sort of like, it's like different shrubbery growing around those cliffs. I haven't checked in with the chat in a while. Hope you guys haven't been asking a million questions. Let me swing back over. You absolutely can buy all of these flocks at the Zorpazorp store. It's good stuff. It's really good stuff. And we're bringing out like so much more. The terrain range is about to explode as well. So I think the fine blend by itself isn't on there yet, but you can sort of make it by sieving out the thick blend. But there'll also be fine blends coming in the future. So yeah, it's gonna be awesome. Yeah, no, I actually really like these grass tufts now. Actually, if we make it that these tufts are just the ones that are like focused around the cliffs, sort of makes sense, right? That's the different. I'll leave one there, but we might go one more tuft. We'll go one more tuft. Far out, this is really coming to life. I'm gonna chuck it right up there. Is that a good problem area? You can use your tufts to just kind of cover up regions that look crap. That's the great thing about them. I said one more and then put 3 more on. It's just so addictive. And the tufts are so cheap. It's like 15 bucks for like 100, and you rip most of them up into like 2 or 3. Such good value. Obviously I'm saying that because I'm selling them, but like, I'm also buying them and using them myself, so I speak from that perspective as well. Alright, so that is all our flocking and grass tufting down. Now it's time to talk about static grass application. I'm just going to come over to the chat and have a little sip of cordial here. Oh, that was good. Okay. Dandelions. Yeah, you guys want some flowers? Do you want me to put some flowers, or are you happy with just a grassy look? 'Cause I can absolutely do whatever you guys want. Remember, one of you is going to be winning this hill. Let me slide on through and check all of this. Why are you guys talking about being a Gemini? Lockie has no control over us, says Bits and Bolts. Well, yeah, ain't that the truth. A Goldie's hill to rule them all. No sand, asks Ido. I absolutely could mix some gravel in there. I just don't... Oh, you know what? I do have it here. One sec. Ooh. Is this my scrublands? Yeah, we could put a bit of gravel in. I probably... If we were putting gravel, we probably should have put it on at the flock stage as we were putting down glue. But we absolutely can chuck a few little bits in just to make it a little bit mixed. I'll do that in just a sec. Oh, yeah, bit of Bob Ross referencing. Great. No gold on the cliff. Definitely not. Definitely not. Can we have a hill of pure gold? Oh, man. Gold is coming on down. Yeah, okay, gold flowers. Okay, golden hill. Yeah, all right, obviously we're going to go get some gold flowers. All right, I'm going to duck downstairs. We're going to grab some more tufts, and we'll make some golden flowers, which I was not anticipating. Uno momento. Back in a sec, guys. Okay, now I'm worried. I just caught Larissa sneaking out of this room, so I'm not entirely sure what just happened. But anyway, we shall see. She was giggling maniacally. The baby foot! Right, I'm gonna have to rewatch the stream. I have a feeling my daughter might have just appeared on YouTube. Okay, so I've grabbed 2 more tufts. Obviously, I've got some golden tufts. We've got the Daffodil 6mm, but I also brought up the Summer 10mm just to show you guys the difference in size. And also, this is a really subtly different green, but see how it pops because it's a little bit darker? So it can be quite nice to just do like a bit of a mix of those. So I'm going to rip this up because it is a lot bigger. And then I'm going to grab a bit of this. So this is in the summer kind of range as opposed to the spring. So the spring's got more yellow in it. Dude, who knew we could make a hill for so long? This is fun. I quite like doing more of these sort of like advanced style scenery tutorials. I hope you guys are enjoying it. If this is good, sing out. Put down a bit of that. Now don't worry if you can still see a bit of glue. It'll all be fine. And then I'll just chuck a tuft. Chuck a tuft out here. Alright, so that's our static grass. We'll need that in a sec. Let's get some flowers on there, boys. Some golden flowers down. Yeah, flowers like right along the edge. Again, I could rip these up. They look quite nice. They're sort of like these big little clumps, but we'll do some variety, right? Because you don't want everything to look the same. So you want your flowers to sort of be growing in weird spots. So just gonna rip them up into sort of quite tiny clumps. Making sure they don't, luckily, like they're all on these adhesive pads, so they don't fall apart as you rip them up, which is really cool. See, look at that, I'm putting like little tiny flower clumps, and when you're ripping them, rip them over the top of the hill, because then any sort of small tufts that get broken or that fall off will just land in your flock mixture. And you'll see that I'm getting little pops of yellow sort of everywhere now. Oh, that's all not very locked down. There we go. Stand that up a little taller. Dude, the yellow flower tufts was like absolutely the right call. This looks so good with a little pop of color. See, then when I ripped it and then a whole bunch of yellow just fell down, that's exactly what we want. It's exactly what we want. That blends the green, it blends the yellow. So the yellow flowers seem to only grow at the top of the hill. We might do 2 more just growing down the side. Well, that guy's stuck to me now. Okay. So you might be thinking, oh, well, all those flowers that are falling, they're just going to be loose. But of course, that's going to get sealed. So that's going to look absolutely awesome. So now it's time to just start and look at our static grass applicator. Should I put some gravel on? Yeah, what we'll do is I'm just going to grab some of, this is my Scrublands base ready mix. I'm just going to grab some of the rock and sort of sprinkle it in. And you'll sort of be like, dude, that's never going to stick. But eventually this will all be sealed and it will stay there. I'll glue in like some of the bigger rocks actually in place so that they do definitely stay. Yeah, just sprinkling a little bit of that in just kind of creates just a little bit of extra something. So we're using like every material that exists known to man now. We've got tufts, flower tufts, base ready mixes, flocks of two kinds, and now we're going into static grass. Advanced tutorials right here, killing it. So, static grass application. What I will do is I will just clean off this so that I can just keep this for pure static grass. I don't really know what that is. It's mostly... I have no idea. I'm just going to put it on the table and we'll come back to it. Just looks like a random mix of stuff. Okay. I'm going to swing back to chat and make sure you guys haven't had asked any questions I've missed. Alright, the baby foot. Alright, that's where we were. The gold subgroup wins. Yep. Let me know if I win. Postcode 3174, just in case. Thanks, T-Mac. I'll let you know. What's the main difference between flock and static grass? Great question, Aaron N. So, flock is a foam composite. It's like ground up pieces of foam. So this is called foam flock. It is bits of foam of different size clumps. It's really absorbent, which means when you put it into glue, it locks down really well. Whereas static grass are individual nylon grass fibers. So they're really realistic at creating a grass effect. But if you kind of use them as too much of a ground cover, they can look a bit like some, turf. Whereas we want it to be, we want it to look sort of nice blended. So yeah, so that's a really, really great question. Static grass is less... Static grass is less absorbent, so you've got to be careful how you attach it. And also, yeah, Ido is absolutely right. It is a bit shiny because it is that nylon sheen. So, let's jump on and do some static grass application. Now, what we're going to use here is a bit of a fancy tool called a static grass applicator, funnily enough. So this is an electric tool. It's got a battery inside it, a little 9-volt up in here. We turn it on, like so. What we're going to do is we're going to fill this with static grass. This is our tub. And then we will close this, and this lid essentially becomes like a Faraday cage. You turn it on, and it applies a positive charge to the lid, and then this is your ground, your negative charge, which you put in the terrain piece. Usually you spray it with a bit of water first, but we're just going to be lazy and not bother because we don't care if it doesn't stand up. And as the nylon fibers fall, they get a static charge applied to them, positive from the grill and negative into what they're landing in, and that makes them land and stay upright like this in a charge, which you'll see in just a sec. So it's absolutely cool stuff. Now the way that you can secure the static grass is in multiple ways. You can just put down PVA, just like we did with the flock, over like a brown surface and then apply heaps of it. Or what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab some spray adhesive and spray that here and here, just in little clumps. I'm just going to go and just sort of target some little areas, which will apply a whole bunch of spray glass glue over the top of that, and then come by with the applicator and just go Now the number one thing is you should not do this inside. It's a really toxic fume, and once again you should wear your vapor masks. Now unfortunately that means I'm not going to spray this on camera, so I'm just going to duck outside out the back door and just quickly hit a few spots. But I'm going to show you guys. I'm just going to come in and I'm just going to go a little spray here, a little spray here, and a little spray here, and then maybe if I even taken that lid off, that's great. Holy dooly, that was a lot. And we're just going to create some accents, but obviously you'll get to see me apply the grass, so don't stress. You won't miss out on any good bits. It's just a bit of glue application. As always, you need to wear your mask. I'm going to put that on, and then I'm going to be back in just a second. Feel free to fire any questions through, and I'll check the chat before I spray. Alright, back soon. Alright. Oh my god, that stuff really stinks. Okay, so now I've exaggerated this a little bit so you guys can try and see what I've sprayed. But I've got a clump of spray glue here, a clump down here, a clump down here, and a clump over here. Now that glue will dry in sort of like, you know, a couple of minutes, but it doesn't matter because it takes a little while to get tacky anyway. So I've got a little bit of time. What I'm going to do is fill my hopper with static grass. Now the other thing I should talk about is usually I would wait until all the other PVA that I'd glued down had dried, because what's going to happen is the static grass is not just going to stick in the areas that I've targeted with the glue, it's going to stick a little bit everywhere. But I don't actually mind, because instead of having patch, 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 I'll have like thicker bit, general blend. Now this is 4mm grass, so it's quite long, so I don't want to apply it everywhere because, you know, I like this level of grass. So I'm going to turn it on, I'm going to hold this in the glue that I'm applying to, and I'm just going to do a little spritz. Just want to see if I can do this in a way you guys can see. So turning on, shake, 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 and stop. As you can see, all the fibers are standing up, they're all grassy. We're going to try and knock some of them off. There we go, there's a little bit of grass there. I'm just going to hit down here. Like this literally can just be for accenting. You don't have to do too much of it. Obviously, like, the grass isn't standing up a lot because I haven't spritzed the whole thing with water to create a current charge, but I actually don't mind that because I like the look of it all kind of being like knocked over and like it's being a bit battle worn. I'm just going to grab some of this and drop it in there where I put my earth in. And then what I would do is when this is all dry, is I would give it, well not even before it's all dry, I'll give it a spritz with watered down PVA to get it going. So that's how you combine static grass. Again, it's probably a little bit too everywhere, and when it's dry, I would come back with a vacuum and vacuum off all the spare grass, but I can't do that now because it's wet. That gives you an idea of how to apply it, and then next week I can show you guys what the hill's actually turned out with when it's all finished. But that is our hill. It's very kind of come to life. It looks really good. I think the yellow flowers are a good add. I think more gravel would be cool next time, and maybe a few of the darker tufts, but I'm really happy with how that's turned out. So that is our almost our hill done. The last thing we want to do is I'm just going to grab a little bit of flock, and I can just see a couple of bits of PVA, and so I'm just going to jam some flock anywhere I can see sort of exposed, shiny PVA, just from gluing down those tufts. There we go. All right, now our hill is finished. I'm just going to come back over to chat and check on some questions. Whew. That was awesome. Lockie, do you think you could give us a list of all the materials you used? Absolutely, bits and bolts. I will put them all down in the description. All right. Am I going to upload the recipe for the Uruk-hai? Yes, I certainly will. The paint recipe will go in the description as well. I'll do that at the end of the stream. That is it for our hill. I should put it a bit more center frame so that you guys can actually see it. Do a little zoom. Look at our juicy hill, guys. Absolutely stoked with how that looks. That looks absolutely awesome. I could chuck a few extra golden flowers down. Do you guys want to see a couple more golden flowers down the base of the hill? I can put those on if you like. Where do I get a static grass applicator? Pretty much all hobby stores carry them. I think that mine was like 140 bucks Australian, so they're not super cheap. Let's chuck a few more tufts on. We might just break that up just a little bit. So I'm sort of working with heaps of wet materials here, so it all slides around a little bit. You don't want to sort of do too much, right? You do still want stuff to be subtle, but I think the golden flowers are pretty badass to be fully honest with you. Pretty happy with them. And then just because I've done that, I will just blend just a little bit more flock in that area. And then that will all go down and seal. So So, I mean, you can see now, it feels like you can't even see that first... Oh, my mic is so far away. Sorry, guys. It feels like you can't even see that first flock layer, but if it wasn't there, it would look really bare underneath the top level of foliage. So it's all about working in layers. Just chuck a little bit more gravel on, I think. And then that would all get sealed in when I do the final coat with some watered down PVA. Yeah, that looks really great. Jeez, I'm going to be a bit more heavy-handed with the gravel. That's fantastic. So there is our hill, guys. I should have had that zoomed in for you the whole time. I'm really sorry. I'll do that in future. That looks much better. All right. I'm absolutely surprisingly stoked. I am so stoked with that hill. Okay, so that is our hill stuff. You can absolutely potentially win that one if you jump on and hit up the Patreon. But I'm pretty excited to see who wins the hill today. Whoever is our lucky official Patreon sponsor of today's podcast live stream. I've been listening to too much Green Dragon. They'll be taking away that hill and the 10 Uruk-hai warriors that were painted. And here, just for good measure, is Goldie. Captain Goldie, Lord of the Hill. Alright, I am going to switch camera once again, and we're going to jump in and get ready for the battle report. We're sitting at 3 hours and 22 minutes. Can we get the battle report finished in under 4 hours? We will have to wait and see. The new hill might be a huge feature, and we will have to see. Yeah, they get both. They absolutely get both. It's big rewards today. So that means you get to win Goldie and Goldie's Hill. How beautiful is that? All right, I will see you guys real soon as we swing around for setup number 4. All right, here we go. We are back. It is time for our interactive battle report. Sorry, guys, that did take me a little longer. I had a bit of board rejigging and camera rejigging to do. Eventually, we'll get this a lot more swish, and it will just be one camera to the next, all pre-set up. But I'm in a tiny room with one camera at the moment. We'll get there. So, it is a pretty crazy scenario today. We have 8 Uruk-hai warriors. I'll just pan up so you guys can see them a bit. They are right up the back there. And we have the full contingent of 8 elves. Now, the Uruks have got 5 with shield and 5 with pike. And their goal is to get off the elven board edge. So it is going to be a bit touch and go for the Uruk-hai because they've got to run down an elven gun line. It's going to be pretty interesting. And of course, there will be special points claimed if Goldie's Hill is claimed by Goldie himself. But we'll have to see how that goes. So they've got to get off the board edge. And the elves have to stop them. All they have to do is get one model off the board edge, right? It's essentially a very, very, very early version of Reconnoiter. We've got some interesting profiles that have been brought in. We're looking at, we've got a little base profile here. They're all the same move, of course. The elf warriors are still fight 6 in this edition, but it doesn't matter because the Uruks are only fight 4 anywhere. So they are well and truly ahead. We've got some little recaps of the moves and scenery and how hedges work, although I think we may be playing them slightly differently in our rules. And we've got our wounding charts as well. So shooting-wise, of course, it's just the elves shooting. They're going to need 6s to wound the shield models and 5 to wound the pikes. That's effectively the only difference between the pike models at the moment. There's some guides on the tactics, which is kind of hilarious. For the elves to be victorious, they have to kill 6 Uruk-hai warriors. For the Uruk-hai to win, they have to get 5 Uruk-hai warriors off the opposite board edge to the one they set up on. So that's half their number. That's actually pretty tough. And any other result is a draw. So a point to remember here is that the elves are prepared to die for this cause. So it does not matter how many elves die, as long as they kill at least of 6 of the Uruk-hai. This is going to be murder. How are the Uruks going to get through this? It's going to be very interesting indeed. Let's have a little read of the Elven attack history and lore. So, while I'm reading this lore, I'm going to be asking for volunteers. We have 2 sides here to choose from. Who wants to be on Team Uruk? Who wants to be on Team Elf? And if there's anyone in the chat, I don't know if Damien's even still watching at this point, he's probably gone to bed. There might be other sides to choose from. We'll have to wait and see. The Elven attack. Learning of the massive army of the Uruk-hai marching towards Helm's Deep, Elrond, Celeborn, and Galadriel debate whether to send warriors of Lothlorien to help the besieged men of Rohan, or simply abandon them to their fate. The army they send barely arrives in time. In this PAX battle game, we take a look at what might have happened if Elrond had dispatched a small force of his own elves to delay the Uruk-hai march and buy the men of Rohan some badly needed time. We have the High Elves. The elves live extremely long lives and have plenty of opportunities to practice the arts of war. This makes them some of the most formidable and courageous opponents to be found. Yeah, talk about it, fight 6. Many elf warriors fought alongside Gil-galad and Elrond at the Battle of the Last Alliance of Men and Elves. After Sauron was defeated, the elves retreated to Rivendell to form a bastion for their forces of good in the north. The Uruk-hai. The brutal Uruk-hai fear little, for they are the strongest of all breeds of orc. They feel no pain and will continue to fight even after suffering hideous wounds that would slay a mortal man. Created in the foul breeding pits of Orthanc by the traitorous sorcerer Saruman the White, they are used of his own evil schemes and in the army of the Dark Lord Sauron. Unlike other orcs, they do not fear the sun, enabling them to travel in the day as well as the night, and this has allowed Saruman to set a huge army to invade the land of Rohan. Alright, so we got the 10, we got the 8, elves have got the shooting, and Uruk-hai have to get 6, no, they've got to get 5 warriors off the board edge, and the Uruk-hai need to kill, oh you guys, the Uruk-hai need to get 5 off the board edge, the elves need to kill 6. I think Team Hill is an option. Alright, so, who have we got here? So, seems like the Uruks actually have an advantage here. Dude, I don't know, man. The shooting's gonna be crazy, Buckin. We'll see. Alright, so we've got McGregor on Team Uruk. MJ Phillips is Team Hill, just like last fortnight. Bits and Bobs volunteers as tribute. I'm probably going to put you on the Elves. Bravehearted is Uruk. Bits and Bobs just joined Team Hill. McGregor, Team Hill. Aaron wants to can take control of the hedges. Team McGregor, Team Goldie. I'm assuming you mean the Hill. Okay, so we've got a lot of Team Hills here, and a lot of Elves, and a lot of Uruks. This is great. Everyone just wants to be the terrain. Fantastic. I'll just do everything then. All right, well, Team Uruk, I imagine we're going to charge forward for the moment. Let's jump into priority for turn number 1. And we also have Uruk-hai dice for Uruk-hai models. How amazing is this? What a time to be alive. Team table. Excellent. Alright, priority goes to the Elves. I don't know if we have any Elven players. Who's in charge of the Elves? God damn it. Tell me what to do. Team broken cart is not an option. No, I agree. There's 3 broken carts. They all just start ramming models. Well, obviously the Elves are going to use their fire support, and I imagine they'll probably want to stay still because the Uruks could just like run around the sides because, you know, we've got this little board here. So I imagine the Elves are going to stay still for the time being, and the Uruks are just going to plow forward. So Uruks, are we sprinting up the middle? Are we going fast and hard down the gun lines, or are we flanking around to the sides? What are your thoughts, Team Uruk? I've got Niall. I've got Jesus Christ. Trying to find the actual Uruk team amongst all you other people. Bravehearted, your Team Uruk. McGregor, Uruk. All right, what are we doing? We're flanking. Okay, we're flanking. All right, we're on. We've got Goldie's squad. Goldie's over here. He's going to lead 6, right? So these are like the winning 6, and then the diversionary tactic. So these guys are going to run up here. I think that'll keep them out of bow line at will. They can't be seen at the moment. I've got 2 bows here. Oh, one of them. They're going to get it in the way over the hedge, and then these guys are all going to come here. Let's make some room. That cart was badly deployed. And these guys are all going to come here. Okay, so the Elves have 1 shot, I think. 2 shots. 2 shots for the Elves. But they are shooting past a barricade and past a hill. So I've got 2 in the waves here. So 3s to hit. Double 6s. The Elves. Alright, does it make it past the hedge? We're going to use the new in the way rules, because technically they haven't even introduced in the way yet, and seeing as we're using it. Alright, makes it both pass. Does it make it past the hill on a 50-50? 1 gets stuck in the hill, and then on a 6, the Uruk-hai will die. It's a 4. No casualties yet. Alright, priority. Turn number 2. It's a tie, so it swings to the forces of evil. That's actually pretty good for the Elves, because it means they can respond to whatever the Uruk-hai do. Obviously, we're just going to continue our flanking maneuver. We'll keep on running and keep using the fact that we have in the ways to try and keep those 4 models alive. Yeah, you know what? This could be tricky for the Elves. This is... yeah, they've got to kill 6 Uruk-hai. That was a bit of a healthy 6 inches. Alright, round they come. The flanking is hard. Alright, Elves, what are we doing? Nil. Okay, Nile? As in... I think... okay, Nil. Alright, got it. Sorry, I'm terrible. It's...
No.
So tell me how to say it.
Niall.
Oh, Nile. Well, don't put... Okay, go. I get it. Right, Nile. Got it. Nile. Got it. Okay. Alright, I can do name pronunciation. Okay, so team 5th to cover the left grass tufts on the board. And, alright, what else have we got here? A bit quiet over there. Okay, no problem. I will put my volume up. 1 sec. Alright, cool. That should hopefully be a little bit louder. I will do what I can there. That might be something to improve in the future. Alright, so the Elves are going to have to split up big time. Let's go. Victory! Sorry, Niall. Alright. Alright, so the Elves, we're going to have to send some dudes off. We've got to try and counter this left flank, I think. So they're going to move over and stop that left-hand side. Elves in the center, they're in a good shooting position. They're all on the gold hill, but like, are we going to be sitting and shooting? I'll see what they can see. They've got shots on the left-hand side currently, so maybe they have 1 more turn of shooting. I think... But the elves on the other flank are going to need some support. No, the elves do have hand weapons, so they can still fight in combat. Alright, I would say we're going to run one more elf down, and we're going to get him over on the left-hand side. Otherwise, these Uruks are just going to run down that flank and score everything, and we've got to stop some of them. So that still gives us 3 shots, and we'll move these other guys. Alright, so let's get into shooting. We've got 3 shots for the elves, because 1 elf has moved full. They're all going to shoot over at that right-hand side, and they're going to try and do some damage. They're all hitting on 3s. 3 hits! Good start. We're going past a hedge, so they'll need to get through on a 3+. Oh no, snake eyes. So only 1 arrow gets past the hedge on the 3, and needing a 6 to wound here. Oh no, sorry, needing a 5 because we're shooting at pikemen. And a 3. The elf shooting is doing nothing so far. Alright, so priority once more. A big 6. It goes to evil once again. The elves will have the counterattack. I'll keep marching these Uruks. Elven players, what are we going to do with these elves? Now, we've only got to get 6 Uruks through. I've got 6 on this flank. We can probably try and send some Uruks to intercept those elves and then just make a beeline for the edge. We'll see. These guys, however, are going to have to run in down here through this gap. So there's going to be some fighting. We haven't actually got the rules for jumping yet, so they can't exactly jump on the... they can't exactly jump on the... over the barricade, so they'll have to run around. Okay, so putting the pikemen in behind the shields, that's probably a good idea and exactly what I should have done. No matter what happens, there's 1 pikeman's going to get shot on that left flank if that elf stays still. So this elf, that was meant to be a gap. So we'll run these 2 swordsmen out to here. So we've got elves on the left flank. Can you guys still see down there? I think that you can't. Tilt down just a little, give you guys the full field. Those guys are just there. We've got 1 more swordsman. He's going to go here. And then we do have an elf who's got a shot without moving on a pikeman. But it's going to be an in the way past the friendly model now. So, the elven shooting's been doing nothing. Do we take the gamble? We'll have to wait and see. I think we've got to leave someone on Goldie's Hill. That's got to be the sniping. So, I think... No, McGregor, that doesn't mean they auto-win. I would gather elves against the left flank and try and kill them all. Geez, that's an interesting tactic, because then there's no way they can get through 6. We've probably split up already too much. That might have been a better idea. This shooting is doing nothing, and I'm really worried. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to run this guy in as well. So we've got a 4 elf on 6 Uruk fight over there, and then a 3 elf on 5 Uruk fight over here. Alright, so the elves have 1 charge. So we've got an elven charge on the far right flank, just behind the trees that you guys can't see, and the bowmen are all just going to shoot through the trees, I think, and that should hopefully get some damage on those Uruks for the elven forces. So let's dive into the shooting phase. Once again, it's 3 archers, the same battery. This is probably their last chance of shooting because they're going to have to move into combat, or at least the guys down on the ground are. So we're looking for 3s to hit. 2 2s, ladies and gentlemen. The elven shooting is falling apart. We need to get through the trees. On a 1 to a 2, it hits the tree. It doesn't. It gets through, and we need a 5 because we can still see pikemen even though some of them are blocked up. And another 3. The shooting does nothing. Oh, God, we got to give up on this archery, I think. We absolutely got to give up on this archery. Alright, let's do priority. A big 6. It goes... Oh, actually, what am I talking about? We still have a combat to do. Alright, so we have the elf versus the Uruk-hai warrior. 1 dice each. The elf has the fight value. And it's a big 6 to the forces of Isengard. Isengard have got it, and they need, I think it's a 5 to wound the elves in combat. It should be, if we're basing it on current rules, but let's have a little look. Oh no, we've been given profiles now. So the Uruk-hai are strength 4, and the elves are defense 5, and if we look on the wound chart that we have now been given, strength 4 and D5, it's the same old wound chart, it's a 5 to wound. So 1-5 means a dead elf. It's a 1, no wounds. Alright, priority. It goes to the elves, and it is time to... Ironically, on this fight, only one elf can charge right now, so if he charges, he's just going to get swamped. So this elf is going to fall back after charging valiantly. Those guys will sit there and shoot, because the Uruks have to run at them. And then one Uruk-hai. Yeah, they're actually going to be all out of range now, so there's just one more turn of shooting over here, and they'll set up some in the ways, and that is just going to be a mosh pit over there. A mosh pit. Oh, dear me. Alright. Blessed by Goldie himself. So yes, yeah, Goldie's aura is blinding them. That's right. He casts Golden Aura. So Goldie is over here on this flank. He's on the backhand side. This is Goldie just here marshalling his forces from the back. So, I should be moving all my forces at once. So the elves move first. They have a charge over here on the left flank. But, I mean, they could plow forward and engage one Uruk-hai here on the left. But, you know, they could get countercharged pretty hard. So I think what they're going to do is they're going to set up a defensive blocking line ready to intercept. And this bowman is going to sit still for one more shot. This bowman is now also here. The elven shooting's got to do something. This is the last chance with the bows, I think. They've got four more shots. Otherwise, oh man, can't get rid of the aura of the hill no matter what. I couldn't agree. Goldie needs to get to his hill. Of course, we forgot. That is the secondary objective. Okay, so Uruk's turn. They're going to run straight at the elves. Oh, that was 6 inches. What I'm going to do is I'm going to set up my pikemen to be blocked by... Oh, well, okay, in that case, they'll have to fall back just a little. And then Goldie's going to be in the open. Goldie's going to get shot. Alright, we'll put... Goldie can fall back a little bit. Screw this other pikeman. He can just be out in the open. And Goldie can get in behind. Goldie needs an escort. Send Goldie in a shield towards the hill. Okay, roger that. That's what's happening. They're all sorted. They're ready to go. Okay, so everybody's moved. It's now shooting time. The elves have 4 shots. I've got 2 shots over here. They're going to shoot into the pikeman. We're going to in the way through the warrior. I've got a hit, one miss. In the way. It hits the warrior at the back, so we get the pikeman, so we're looking for a 5 to wound. If we kill this Uruk, we're going to have the same amount of elves as Uruks on this fight, which is going to be big. No luck. The Uruk survives. One more bow. I think this bow from the hill here has now got to shoot down into here, because they pretty much all have to die. No, you know what? We need to focus fire on the left flank. We need to focus fire on the left flank. Let's focus Goldie and try killing him before he reaches the hill. Alright, well, we're going to shoot at Goldie with both archers. The archer on the top of the hill, he hits. He has an in the way just through the front swordsman. He hits the swordsman in the front, and he rolls a 2. He doesn't kill him. Alright, I've got one bowman shooting through a hedge and another swordsman at Goldie, hitting on 3s. He hasn't moved. And he hits a 2. The elven shooting is garbage! Absolute garbage. Alright, well, it's priority time. What a joke that was. No combats, into priority. And it goes to the elves. That is a big one to win. That's important. Okay, so over here, the elves have got a swamp combat. We've got a swamp combat. We are going to... I'm going to put one elf on the 2 shieldsmen, because they're the harder guys to wound, and the other elves are going to run around the back and get one-on-one fights against the guys that are 5 to wound. So that way they should be able to score some sort of damage here. I'm going to take a big gamble. I'm going to throw one elf up in and tag those 2, and then I'm going to charge this one guy with a 2-on-1. Oh... Interesting. Okay. That is the best we can do. Goldie has a choice now. He can either countercharge to save his Uruk or run towards the hill, because he is the only one who is in range over here of pairing off one of those elves. So that's pretty big. And then there's one more bowman, and that bowman is just going to suicide himself probably and go and plug up this gap to make Goldie either have to charge him or run around up on the hill. So, Goldie's choice. Running around? No. Go to the hill, countercharge, kill him to the hill. This is on the fence here. Send Goldie and a shield towards that left flank bow elf. Kill him, then onto the hill, onto the hill. Okay, looks like the onto the hills have got it. Alright, so Goldie and the shield elf are going to charge the guy on the hill. And then what I'll do is I'll countercharge this Uruk into that elf. So we now have an elf with fighting 3 Uruks, and then 2 elves fighting 1 Uruk, and then Goldie and his dude fighting 1. So we could potentially kill 2 elves there, and then it's not going to matter if we lose that 1 Uruk-hai. So I now don't have any shots with the elf bowman up on the hill. That was really foolish. I should have moved him. I guess he's the final defense of the hill, so he has to stay there. Alright, let's jump into these combats, because he's got nothing to shoot at. We'll do Goldie last, so let's do the 2 elves versus 1 Uruk-hai over here. And the elves have got it. It's a 2. They roll a 2, and so does the Uruk-hai, so they've got it on fight value. Very lucky indeed. Needing 6s to wound, because he does have the shield. And they don't get him. Once again, elves fail to wound anything. Alright, 3 Uruk-hai versus 1 elf. This is this one here, and the Uruks have got it on a 6. There are no rules for trapped currently. So, we are looking for 5s to wound on 3 dice. And they get him, the first casualty of the game, and it's the beautifully painted and based elf. Well, off he goes. 1 elf has fallen. This could be our graveyard. He will put the... No, that'll confuse everyone. Put the graveyard up there. So 1 elf is dead. The play worked on the left flank for the Uruks. They haven't lost that difficult kill, I suppose, and they've got the easy kill. We'll leave Goldie. We'll come back over to here. Let's see if the elf tactic worked. The 1 elf charged 2 Uruk-hai at the front, and he's lost that combat. So will that cost him his life, needing a 5 on 2 dice? It will not. The Uruk-hai rolls Snake Eyes. Snake Eyes. Alright, so that elf's gamble pays off, and now there is 2 one-on-ones that are better for the elves, because they got the fight value, and it's easier for them to wound. So, one-on-one on the left. First one goes to the Uruk-hai, needing a 5, doesn't wound. Second one on the right, and the elves have lost it again. Uruk-hai. Oh, and they kill him. Oh, it's all falling apart for the elves. Okay, 1 fight left. The brave elf who suicided himself to allow Goldie and a friend to charge him. Oh, look at that. Look at that. 2 5s for the Uruk-hai and 1 6 for the elf. Alright, he needs a single... He's fighting him base to base with Goldie, and Goldie is a 5 to wound. He's gonna strike at Goldie. Oh my god, Goldie is dead! Goldie has been slain. The elves get their first kill. Goldie has fallen, and he will be forever remembered. McGregor has brought up an interesting point. Goldie should have been supporting. However, there's currently no rules for supporting. We don't know how to support. We haven't been taught that. So the elves are literally just... The pikemen are literally just softer warriors. Yes, yes. But this is a time of retro. There's no rules. So Goldie has fallen. Who will you dub as Goldie's lieutenant? Alright, well that's 1 for the elves. But 2 elves are down, so the Uruk-hai are very much in chance of getting this. Let's jump on to priority. It goes to the Forces of Evil. That's a big one. They now get to dictate the fight, and they are dominating on this side of the board. So, I mean, they can just charge these 2 elves, and now that elven gamble not paying off is going to cost them pretty dearly. Dude, how do the elves win from here? They're screwed. They're screwed. Alright. Yeah, so, I mean, I think the Uruks just got to sort of get some fights in their favor here. And then these two guys are just going to run for the board edge. We'll send one in. Get some 2-on-1s, I suppose. One wouldn't make it, so... One guy's going to sprint for the board edge, and we've got some fights. Yeah, the elves are in trouble. What do we do with this? What do we do? Muster the Rohirrim? Dude, we might have to. This scenario might end in like 2 seconds. Alright, so what's happening with the Defender of the Hill? He's allowed to leave now because Goldie has been killed. So I think he's going to come down to this side. Because, I mean, actually, he's got someone to shoot at this time, but that's the odds of him, you know, shooting somebody are so low. I think he's got to come down here. He's got to come down here and try and help out this flank later on. Okay, there's no shooting because everybody's moved full. Let's jump into combat. Yeah, get the elf off the hill. We've got a 1-on-1 up the back here with the victor of the elves. He's now the new leader. He killed Goldie. And he's won again on another 6. Needs another 6 to wound. Doesn't wound him. The Uruk-hai survives. We've got a 1-on-1 up the back there. 1 elf, 1 Uruk. Goes to Isengard. They fail to wound. Now we've got a 2-on-1 just here. 1 elf versus 2 Uruks. Ooh, Isengard have got it. They need 5s. And that elf has fallen. 3 elves dead now. 3 elves dead. The elves need 5 more Uruks to die. Alright. We've got 2 2-on-1s, both in the favour of Isengard. Up the back. A 5 or 4, but the elf gets a 6. What a play. Keeping himself alive. Needs a 5 to wound because he's fighting pikemen. And he gets it. 1 more Uruk dies. The pikemen are proving to be the softer targets. Absolutely. Alright, another 2-on-1, but this time it's against shields, but the elf needs a 6 and he'll win. Oh, the elf gets a 5 and the Uruk-hai get a 6. Needing 5s to wound. Oh, a 3 and a 2. A 3 and a 2. That is a huge play. Killing 1 model over here and sending this bowman down means that this is now a tied fight. Ooh, yeah, interesting. Basically, the elves have got to kill 1 more Uruk-hai over here. Otherwise, they're in big trouble. Okay, priority. Oops, that was 2 Uruk-hai dice. A 5 and a 6. It goes to the forces of good. Goes to the forces of good. Okay, we're jumping into our move phase, and it is elves first. Obviously, they're going to just do favourable pair-ups here. You know what? Ooh. Oh, on this right flank. Why didn't you research military support? Indeed, McGregor. On the right flank, elves have got the priority. Do they try and pair up so they've got 1-on-1s because they've already got the fight value, or do they sacrifice 1 dude into a 2-on-1 and then try and guarantee a kill? I mean, they probably should play the longer game and use their fight value and pair up the 1-on-1s. I'll let you guys think about that. 1-on-1s or 2-on-1s on that side. Over here, this elf is in so much trouble. How does he not get killed? So he's got to leave this guy's control zone. Oh man, and charge this model. At least, well, there's no traps anyway, but that's going to be a 3-on-1 now instead of a 4-on-1. And then this guy can just start running for the board edge, which you guys, I'm not sure if you guys can see them now. So let's tweak our camera just slightly. Alright, there we go. We'll tweak the camera just slightly so you guys can see. There we go. No, you're good, you can see. Fantastic. Okay, so one guy's running off to the board edge down here, and then we've got all this mad action here. So, what verdict we come to? 1-on-1, no time for anything but a miracle. Alright, in we go. The elf has been surrounded, the elves have gone for 1-on-1s over this flank. And then the elf down here is going for a 1-on-1 here, trying to get a sneaky wound. So, once again, there's no shooting. We're all about 1-on-1s. Up here, up the back. Elves have got the fight value. Ooh, but the Uruks have got the better duel roll. No wounds, though. The elf survives. Another 1-on-1 on this side. 6. Elves have got it this time, but they need 6s to wound on this model. Oh, and they roll a 5. If only he was a pikeman. Another 1-on-1 over here. It goes to the Uruk-hai needing 5s. And an elf dies. God, it's seesawing over on this left flank. Every turn the elves claw their way back into it, but not for long. The Uruk-hai over here. 101. And the elf gets it. This elf has rolled a 6 for the dual roll. 3 turns in a row. Needs a 5. Actually, he needs a 6. Doesn't roll it. And then the last fight of the turn is 3 Uruk-hai on 1 elf. And the elf rolls a 3. The Uruks only roll a 4, but it's not enough. A single 5 and this elf is dead. And there's a big 6 and I've thrown my Isengard dice to the other side of the studio. There are now 5 elves dead with 3 elves left on the board. Ooh, the Uruk-hai just have to get 5 models off. They've got 4 models down here in the bottom and then 1 of these models or that model up the back. This is going to be pretty tricky for the elves here. The 2 elves need to kill 3 Uruk-hai to be able to pull this back, which is going to be very difficult, I think. Very difficult. Alright, Uruks will kill 1v1 on the right, sending Uruk to the edge. Alright, let's do priority first. The Uruks have lost it, so the elves have got it. Well, over here on the elf side, we're going to go for the 2-on-1 and then try and get a kill on the pikeman. That's the only play that we can make over there. And I think this elf probably needs to charge pikeman and then try and win the fight with fight value, but it's very unlikely. I'm going to... Yeah, he has to make a charge. He has to make a charge. Okay, so what's going to happen? All others on the left run. Alright, off they go. It's time for the Elf of Rivendell to show his quality. Alright, so 6 inches, 6 inches. You guys probably can't see them now, but that's okay. We know there are 4. You know what? Let's send 1 back to see if we can finish off that elf. And then the other 3 can run for the board edge. I think that's the way to go. Alright. Priority. Combat, sorry. There's no shooting. Over here, we've got a 1-on-1. And elves get it on fight value. It's 1 apiece. Now this is 5 to wounds. If we get a 5 here, this is going to swing big for the elves. 33% chance. And it's a 2. Failing to kill again. 1 elf against 2 Uruk-hai. Oh, they all roll 3s. The elf wins it on fight value. There you go. At least no one has died. That's as much a victory as it is in and of itself. And he rolls a 4, so no kills. No kills. The last combat is 2 Uruks on 1 elf up the back here. Oh my lord, he just rolled another 6. Another 6. 2 5s from the Uruks, but it doesn't matter, he gets the 6. And now there's a pikeman that he can wound on 5s. 1 5 here, and that pikeman dies. Oh, it's a 2. It's a 2. Alright. Oh, man, just not getting the kills. Okay, priority. Okay, so it goes to the Forces of Evil. 3 Uruk-hai have successfully left the board. If 2 more Uruk-hai get off the board, it is victory for the evil forces. They've won priority. I mean, effectively, what they could do is just send someone to run on each side of the board edge. Spoiler alert, that elf is actually Glorfindel. Clearly. He's rolled a 6 4 turns in a row. Alright, if we change it to the Glorfindel profile, we might actually have a chance of winning. So, let's as McGregor asked for last turn, 1 Uruk will run away and then pair up on the elves. And the same thing will happen here. 1 Uruk will run away and then pair up. Alright, we have 3 combats, 3 101s, and they are all big ones. Over here, with the guy up the back who has failed to wound, this time he loses the fight, and is promptly put out of his misery. The elf is hacked apart with a big 6 from the Uruk-hai. The last 101 on this side, it goes to the Uruks, and it's a 1, the elf survives. And then 1 more 101 with our Glorfindel. Glorfindel fighting Mini Glorf, we'll call him Mini Glorf, fighting 1 Uruk-hai. Oh, he rolls a 1, but so does the Uruk-hai. He still wins. This is great. He saved his 6 for the wound roll. Come on, Mini Glorf. Ah, it's a 4. That would have been pretty good. Okay. Priority. I think it might be game over now for the Elves. And it goes to evil. They'll pin the models. They are now 2 turns away. There is 1 chance left. 1 chance left for evil. It's very slim. Sorry, for the forces of good. But we'll do these combats first. We have a 2-on-1 over here. 2 to the Uruks. And the Uruks get it. They need 5s to put this elf down. And they get a big 6. That elf has fallen. There is 1 elf left, and we all know it's Mini Glorf. We all know it's Mini Glorf. Glorfini! Oh my god, that's way better. That is so much better. Glorfini. Okay. Glorfini versus the one dude. Should we give Glorfini extra attacks? I think we're going to give Glorfini 2 attacks. He's revealing who he is now. No, I tell you what. We'll give him Lord of the West. We'll give Glorfini Lord of the West, so he can re-roll a dual roll and a wound roll. Okay. So, Glorfini versus an Uruk. He rolls a 3, and the Uruk's got a 5, but he's got Lord of the West, so he can re-roll. Oh, we want 2 attacks as well. You guys are greedy. Doesn't need it. Doesn't need it. Gets a 6. Alright, so if we're saying he's 2 attacks, he's got 62 might. This might be too much. 2 dice to roll a 6, and he's got Lord of the West. He rolls a 4 and a 3, but he has Lord of the West. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, it's a 5! Damn it, it's not a 6. You know what? Clearly Glorfini would be strength 4, so I think that Uruk's dead as far as I'm concerned. Now Glorfini's revealed himself, otherwise the game ends next turn. Okay, so there are 3 Uruk-hai dead, there are 3 off the board, and there are 4 left on the board. So, priority. Uruk-hai win. This Orc up the back here runs off the board. There are now 4 Uruks off the board. If any Uruks get off the board from here, it's game over. Now, you guys can't see it because my board, well, I'm going to slide it all up. Whoa, look at the amazing technical prowess. Alright, can you see now? Did that work? Let me check. Yes, you can now see. Okay, so these guys here, they're just running. They're going to get to the board edge. Very possibly. So there's basically what's got to happen here is Glorfini needs to kill all 3 of them with shooting. So, first of all, Glorfini, well, he'll have to stay still, but this guy's got to move. He's got to kill this Uruk this turn or he's going to get off the board edge. He needs a 3 to hit. He rolls a 3. He hits. Amazing. This guy's a pikeman, right? So he needs a 5 to wound. Oh, I didn't even have to fudge it. He killed him. He killed him. All right. He dies. Priority. Priority is not going to matter. So it goes to good. Glorfini's just going to stay still because he's got 2 turns of shooting. So... yeah, right, so I gotta kill 1 this turn, and then the other the next turn. Okay. Am I in range? Yeah, just. Okay. So, Glorfini will stay still, and he is shooting. He needs a 3 to hit. He rerolls 1s, as I established last turn. He hits! He needs, this one, he is just shooting the guy with the shield, so he needs 6s to wound. He needs 6s to wound. We've cleverly blocked the pikeman. Oh, he got a 5. If only he had a point of might. Let's see if Lord of the West would have done anything on shooting. Oh my god, he got a 6! Let's do it. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Alright, priority. Last turn. Whoop. Goes to the forces of good. It doesn't matter. This is Glorfini's last chance to shoot at the Uruk. If he kills him this turn, the Uruk gets off the board. Poor McGregor, I'm sorry. Alright. Remember, what is it? He rerolls 1s to hit, and he has Lord of the West on in shooting, apparently. There you go. He rolled a 2. He rolled a 2. He rolled a 2. Alright, so, priority. The Uruk gets off the board, and the Uruk-hai have won. But wait! But wait! The hedges will charge Glorfini! No, I'm pretty sure that you... What about the hill? Alright, so, Glorfini is now in combat with one hedge. Damien's just been, like, silently waiting this whole time to come in and take control of the hedges. Alright, so the last combat... Oh, well, what's the hill doing? He's done nothing all game. Come on, Team Hill. It's time for the hill to make a play. I don't remember who was in charge of the hill. About 30 of you. Glorfy versus Golden Hill. Alright, the hedge has 7 fight. I feel like that's slightly crazy. Niall, I don't know what's happening either. It's quite okay. Alright, so, Damien, as you're more familiar with the profile of the hedge than I am, what's the hedge's profile? Because last time he was just a barricade that got hit and killed. Get the hill moving. Okay. Alright, so the hill will stand still. Well, MJ Phillips is hill captain, so we'll have to roll with that. The hedge is heroic defensing, so the hedge can only be wounded on 6s, but he automatically loses the fight because he doesn't have any attacks. So 10 strength, all 10s. I feel like that might not be how it works. Okay, so priority, not priority, combat. Oh my god, he rolled a 6! He auto wins the fights and kills the hedge. Well, how's your heroic defense looking now? Alright, absolutely. Of course the hills can throw stones. That's totally legitimate. Okay, so priority for the next turn. It goes to Glorfini. He is going to charge towards the hill. Niall, I'm guessing that the hedge is going to scoop for a stone in his movement phase. And Damien, what are the rest of the hedges doing? Because there's 2 more hedges, Damien. Don't calm down. They're a little far away from the battle, but they can still get involved. Damien's just quit the stream, probably. His hedge got killed again. Alright, hedges, what's happening? We've got the hill is scooping for a stone. Glorfini is on the charge. He's drawing his blade. Alright, I'm just going to move the hedges for you, Damien, because I'm feeling it. The hedges are on the charge. Oh, move 10. I'm sorry. How could I shouldn't have robbed you of that. That's my bad. All right. Shooting phase. The hedge. Obviously the hills aren't particularly good. They hit on 5s. Ooh, it's a 4. Scooping for a stone is ineffective. All right. The Fangorn hedge has at least 2 fight and 2 attacks. That's very true. This is how the game is supposed to be played. Alright, I think at this point we need to take a step back. Okay, priority. This is big. This is a big turn. Okay, priority goes to the hedge. Now that's huge because one hedge can actually stop Glorfini from getting to move. The other hedge won't make it in combat this turn. Niall, what's the hill doing? Are you gonna throw into combat? Niall? I called you Niall again. Niall, are you going to throw into combat? Traitors will be shot. Okay. Scooping for a stone for Team Hill. And now we're straight into the shooting phase. So on a 4, it hits. It hits! The hedge's stone hits. Does it hit Glorfini, or does it hit the hedge? It hits the hedge! Okay, so what is it? What the hell's the strength of a stone? I mean, it's a big stone. It's probably like strength 5. So I mean, obviously, Damien, you would have called heroic defense. So 6s to wound the hedge. Doesn't wound. All right, Glorfini versus the hedge. Hedge has 2 attacks. No, 1 attack. But so does Glorfini. Glorfini wins. Needing 5s with what's it called? Lord of the West. The second hedge is killed. 2 hedges down, 1 hedge left. Alright, priority. The Elves win it. Glorfini's going to use Fleetfoot to charge 10. He charges the hill. The hedge countercharges. Alright, there'll be no shooting this turn. 1 combat to end them all. So, obviously the the hill shall charge the last hedge and absorb it into the hill's being. They're now one mass encircling around Glorfini. We have a new profile. Glorfini has his 2 attacks. The hedge has 1 attack from the hedge. Where's the other Isengard dice? What have I done with them? Here we go. Alright, 3 attacks from the hill, 1 attack from the hedge, 2 attacks from Glorfini. But Glorfini has the fight value. This is what, yeah, alright. Oh, the hedges have it on 5 high, but Glorfini does have Lord of the West. He gets to reroll his 1. It rerolls to a 3. The hedges have got him. So the hedges, what do we say? They were like strength 10? Not the hedge, the hill. It's like he's not listening. 10 attacks for that. Okay, so Glorfini still only has 1 wound. So I would say that this is probably pretty bad for what Glorfini. For the hedges are only wounding on 6s, but the hill is wounding on 4s. So let's say the white dice is the hedge, and the black dice is the hill. 1 4 on the black, and Glorfini dies. It's a 5. Glorfini has fallen. The Uruks, they failed. And the elves were victorious for but a moment. And Glorfini has been slain. Well, once again, we have victory to the hedges, and this time the hill. The hill has joined the hedges in their victory. This is 2 battle reports in a row where the terrain keep winning the game. It's almost like we're barely taking this seriously at all for the last 20 minutes. Goldie's hill shall reign supreme. So, I mean, clearly what happens here is if Goldie's hill won the game, then I think Goldie wins the game by proxy. Very, very important things to decide. All right, well, after the incredible performance of the hill, Goldie, and the Uruk-hai, it's time to decide who's going to win and become the official sponsor for the new Patreon rewards. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to swing back to mode, to holding mode, for just 30 seconds while I move the camera around, and I will see you all very shortly to decide who our fateful winner is this week. Well, another podcast, another descent into degenerate madness. It was good. I liked it. I hope you guys did. Oh man, this was absolutely nuts. What have you guys been doing in the chat while I'm gone? I didn't fail you. It was the hedge. First Uruk to die, shameful. Yeah, it was a Goldie fail this big time. It was a bit rough. It was picked up by the most unlikely thing imaginable. All right, so we've got one little thing left to do. Oh yeah, sorry. I I thought the fan was noisy, but that's fine. We have one very important thing left to do, and that is to decide our winner for this week and see who is becoming the official sponsor of the 10 Uruk-hai and Goldie's Hill. Basically, you will become the sponsor for those models, which is where you get to be involved in their journey, follow their progress. You can name them, although some of them are coming with names in this day and age. You can do whatever you like, and then once they've retired, once they're no longer required for any more battle reports throughout the live stream campaign, I will post them out to you no matter where you live anywhere in the world. To be on the list, you just have to be pledging to Patreon. Any dollars at all, doesn't matter. You don't have to do the $5 tier or anything. Just a single dollar will get you in the running to win some pretty seriously important characters, if I don't say so myself. Now, let's jump in. I'm just going to go wide for a sec. You can see the mess of the studio behind me. That's not wide. That's in. And we are going to decide who is going to be winning our pool for today. Let me just grab a dice. So, we spin to pick a group of names, and then I will roll a dice to see which exact name is our winner. So let's have a look for livestream number 4, the 10 Uruk-hai and Goldie's Hill. All right, group number 13. We have some big names. Some big names in this group. Mark Tribe, big boy from Toowoomba, absolute legend. We've got William Beckham, we've got Keith Jenkins, and Damien O'Byrne. Well, I know like all these guys. This is fun. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 is a reroll. I just need to see Damo in the chat before I roll the dice. So Damo right now, for everyone who doesn't know, Damien O'Byrne is GBHL podcast who's been ardently cheering on his hedge instead of getting ready for his lecture tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. So Damien, I just want you to sit in this moment where it's possible that you could take home Goldie's Hill, and you know what? I'm gonna throw in one of your beloved hedges. I'm gonna make you a set of hedges if you win, Damien. All right, Mark Tribe. Mark Tribe, Wilm Thiefson, William Beckham, Keith Jenkins, or Damien O'Byrne. I need to pan down. I'm not in live mode. Can you guys see that? It's a 5! I really should have rolled that on camera because it totally looks like I hacked it, but genuinely that was a 5. Oh, Damien, it's yours, my man. You have absolutely nailed it. You didn't get your hedges last week, but you get them this week. You absolutely get them this week. It is a huge victory. You've got yourself 10 Uruk-hai warriors. You've got yourself a famous hill that will go down in SBG lore forever. And you know, the Uruks will be pretty cool as well. You're not going to get them for a while, of course, so don't get too excited, but you're even going to get some hedges. So, amazing work, my man. Thank you for your input. And who will win next week? Who knows? We shall find out. Next fortnight. I always say next week. One day these will be weekly. But until that day, it's going to be... It's going to be fortnightly. So, that is stream number 4. We are going to have a pretty sweet stream next fortnight, once again, in a Monday's time from now. Let's find out what on earth we're actually doing. We grab the great big book of everything with everything inside, and I know that we're painting up Lurtz. Yes, we've got big Lurtzy boy on the front cover, which is going to be exciting. Frodo and Aragorn fight to escape the forces of evil. We might be getting into some Armon Hen sort of themed stuff. Oh, we're bringing in rules for barricades. We're finally doing In the Way so that we can actually do them. And yes, we are essentially playing a little Armon Hen mission here. It is... yeah, some Lurtz some Uruk-hai. Oh my goodness, yeah. That's going to be very, very interesting. Frodo and Aragorn. So, we'll have to crack out an awesome arm-on-hand board for that. Whip out. I've got a dope arm-on-hand board. So that should be absolutely awesome. And, yeah, I'm pretty confident it's going to be a pretty sick little stream. So, thank you so much for joining us. Just before we bail, are you... My computer's having a disco party. Oh, yes. Oh, I've gone out wide. Yeah, true. Thoughts. What are you guys thinking? You enjoyed? In happy with the style of content? I was pretty excited that we almost. If I pay you, will you make me my own Goldie Seal, McGregor says. I was pretty excited that we did like a bit of an intense scenery build. I really liked making the hill. Obviously, we were smashing through it because it was quick, but it was quite fun. I mean, we did the hedges last week, but they were really quick. So if you guys like the terrain, miniature painting, obviously, Damien enjoyed it because he won. More hedges. We're not making hedges again. Never again. Yeah, I mean, obviously the games are serious for, like 70% of it, and then it just degenerates into madness, which might continue, or maybe not. We'll have to wait and see. I like the bit where I won the hill and bonus hedge. Yeah, that was a good bit. I'm sure everyone enjoyed it too. I was a little disappointed Rohan didn't show up. I thought about it, but... Every single game, we can't be... the long and the short of it is, all my Rohan is packed up in an army case, and I knew it would take me like 10 minutes to dig it out. It's pretty much the only reason we didn't do it. Braveheart enjoyed the terrain and the models. That's awesome. Super loving the style, and it is tricky keeping up with you guys in the chat, so apologies if sometimes... My God, I'm so hot. If sometimes... Temperature. I do forget, but I'm enjoying. Yeah, the madness is key. But I'm glad you enjoyed. Can't believe we nearly had some really big Patreons take away that. It was William and Marky and Damien, but Damien took it out only because it was hedges. But Marky's going to be so disappointed. I'm seeing him later on. He's going to be mad. Man. All right. What an awesome stream. I'm exhausted. Time to go and finish painting those Uruks and get everything ready. Thank you so much for joining me. We will be streaming next fortnight, exact same time, Monday at 8 a.m. If you guys have any other suggestions, or any other thoughts on different things you'd like to see in the live stream or different ways to cover stuff, you can comment, jump a comment on the actual video when the stream goes up, which will be in just a couple of minutes. Make sure you guys are all on our Facebook page over at Facebook/groups/Zorpazorp. And yeah, it's been awesome having you. We had a huge number of people watching again. We hit over 100 concurrent viewers again. I don't know the exact total viewer count, but I'll post it in the chat when I close down the stream in just a second. If you're keen to get on the Patreon wheel, of course, head over to Patreon. The link's in the description, whatever it is, Zorpazorp something. And also, if you're keen to see more battle games in Middle Earth action, there's a couple of people doing some cool stuff. I've linked in the description the Beard Clippers channel. He's got a playlist there with some awesome battle games in Middle Earth content. And of course, the guys over at the GBHL podcast are also doing a retro stream a lot more infrequently than we are. Damien's just sort of... I think Damo said he's doing it next week, so definitely worth checking that one out as well. I don't know if they're mad enough to do like 5 hours. I think it's a little bit more sensible, but we can't all be as nuts as I am. So thank you so much for watching, guys. Sorry, McGregor. I'm sorry. It was close. It was a close call. We could spin you up next time. I can't believe we drew up 2 people. That's crazy. But anyway, very, very close indeed. All right, guys. I will see you all next time right here on Zorpazorp Gaming. Thank you so much for watching, and happy SPG gaming. Cheers, guys.